Hey guys, good morning, welcome to the live session of Stocks Network Trading. My name is Dave, guys, my partner's Ron. Let's get down to business here, guys.
In on US30, sell, okay? I'm jumping in. Guys, that's a 100 pip drop. Yes, we caught it. Hey, guys, 200 pips, please, secure.
Hey guys, good morning, welcome to the live session of Stock Sniper Trading. My name is Dave, guys, my partner is Ron. Let's get down to business here, guys.
In on US30, sell, okay? I'm jumping in. Guys, that's a 100 pip drop. Yes, we caught it. Hey, guys, 200 pips, please, secure.
Welcome, snipers. Good morning. Thank you for joining. It is 6 a.m. Eastern. It is Wednesday, October 22. So welcome, everyone. Thank you guys for joining. I appreciate you guys. You know what they say, the early bird gets the worm. So it is early over here, 6 a.m. I see a lot of you guys are talking like you're tired over here, but that's what coffee is for. So you better start drinking up some getting some coffee ready and start pounding it down because we got no time to be tired. Last night's Tokyo session was unbelievable. The volume as of late, not just last night, all week and a few Tokyo sessions we had last week, gold has been pretty crazy as of late. We are seeing, in 30 minutes, we saw a drop of like 1,200 pips. We're seeing counter trading buys for 200 pips. We're seeing 100 pip 1 minute candles. Like, it is crazy. It's crazy times right now, but you know, at least we're on the good side of trading. We're on the profitable side on trading. But there is, however, a lot of traders that are over leveraging with this type of volume and volatility, and they are doing blowing up accounts. They are losing a lot of money. So just right now, to just think right now how important risk management is. Risk management is one of the most important things in trading on a normal day when there's low volume, when there's low volatility. There's still traders that over leverage and blow up their accounts. Imagine now with how crazy the markets are. If you're on the wrong end of one candle and you're over leveraged, it could be detrimental to your account. So we trade with daily goals. We are very disciplined traders. When we hit daily goals, we stop trading, we get out of the markets, and we continue with our day-to-day life. If some of you guys are tired, if you hit your daily goal, that's a clue to get out of the market and go to sleep. There's no point in keep dragging it and making yourself worn out when you've already hit your daily goal, right? So just treat it as if it's a job, guys. We are one of the communities that we're not teaching you guys lifestyle. We're not teaching you guys to go buy Lamborghinis and do all this. We're teaching you the boring part of trading. What a lot of people don't talk about is treat it as if this is your job, right? Jobs should be boring. And you go to work, you clock in and you clock out when you hit your daily goal. Same thing too if you go opposite side and you hit your daily loss for the day. It should just be a daily loss that you can manage. It's not a daily blown account, okay? So myself included, if I lose 0.5% or 1%, that doesn't mean my account is blown up. It means I lost 0.5%, 1%, and I'm done trading for the day. Hopefully with that small percentage, I can maybe recover the following day or the day after without losing my mind, without revenge trading, without doing stupid things, okay? So please, guys, let's start to learn these things. If you start to learn this and you start to learn this early and you start to learn this faster, you're gonna be on the right side of trading, and you might be consistent for more than one day. You might be consistent for more than 1 week, 1 month, 1 year. Hopefully some of you guys are going to be consistent after 5, 10, 20, 30 years in the markets, okay? But that's up to you. Dave and I and the rest of SST, we're here to remind you guys. What you guys do on your own and how you guys go about it, that's your business. But believe me, a lot of us have learned. We've been in your shoes multiple times. I myself have blown up accounts. I myself have lost lots of money when I started trading. I myself had no idea what risk management was. And over time, I said, that's enough. It's time to learn how to trade and not time to learn how to gamble, okay? So that's up to you guys. Remember, that's up to you guys. I can say it all day, but at the end of the day, it's going to come down to you and your discipline, okay? So I hope everyone can learn discipline. It can't be taught. It needs to be learned within, okay? So good morning, everyone. Let's get started. We've got a lot of news. Yesterday in the after hours, we had Netflix earnings. Today, a market close, we have Tesla earnings. So you can start to see big tech is going to start reporting very, very soon. If you go in the earnings calendar week and you go throughout the rest of the week and next week, you're going to start to see some big names coming up, okay? We're going to start to see those Apples, Nvidia's, Google's, Microsoft. We've got like Meta, all of those magnificent 7 companies that kind of drive the S&P 500 and NASDAQ. Now they will be reporting. We had our US financials the last couple of weeks where the big US banks were reporting, and now we're transitioning into more of the tech securities, okay? So this is going to add even more volatility to what we are already witnessing. So please, guys, this is the time to trade smart, careful, and with proper risk management, okay? We're going to get started today. Obviously, we're going to look at gold. Gold is on everyone's radar right now. And then later in the call, we're going to get to over here, and we're going to do Dow Jones and NASDAQ, okay? But first things first, it is early. Let's go through today's news, remind everyone of what's going on, because I know a lot of you guys don't look at your news, okay? So you don't have to tell me. I know some of you guys bypass all this, you guys skip this, and you guys are just worried to buy or sell this 5-minute candle right now, okay? But that's not what we do here. we do things a little bit more kind of traditional. We go old school. We look at the news over here, okay? So look at today. Let's make sure we're on the right date. Wednesday, October 22. I cannot believe we're almost in the month of November and December, and this year is over, okay? So for those that said, I remember, I'm like Santa Claus. I know when you guys are sleeping, I know when you guys are naughty, and I know when you guys are nice, okay? You can call me Ronnie Claus if you want. I don't care what you call me. But I remember having a conversation with a lot of snipers on YouTube and in Zoom early January of this year. Remember, you guys said 2025 is going to be my year. I'm going to smash all my goals this year. This is going to be the biggest discipline of my life. How are you guys doing? I want to talk to you guys. Those guys that were telling me this in January at the start of the year said this is going to be your year. There's no more screwing around. And how are you doing now when you ask yourself in January when you started? If you kind of shit the bed yourself, just like Netflix did last night, it happens. But you have almost a month and a half to make it up and get it together before we go into 2026, and then we start new goals, okay? So there's still lots of time. If you're still struggling, now's the time to kind of fix it in the next month and a half before this year is over, okay? We had a lot of British news coming out. You can see what is all of this, PPI inputs, PPI outputs. There's a lot of these folders, okay? They came out. Whenever I see consecutive folders like this, all low impact, I kind of just avoid trading at this time because you never know how the pound will trade when it's trading, when it looks like this with all of the news. Okay, I wasn't trading over here. I was sleeping at this time, so I'm not too much concerned with the pound in this news. I won't be trading the pound in New York, so I'm going to kind of bypass this. But if any of you guys are trading the pound, make sure you guys are aware of what's going on here. The big one was 2 a.m. pre-London was the British CPI year-over-year high impact folder. So you can see it came in a little cooler at 3.8 from the forecast of 4%, where they were from the previous 3.8, where they were forecasting an increase in the year-over-year inflation, and it actually came in 0.2 points lower than the forecast, matching last year's previous, okay? And that would create some volatility. If you were trading at this time the pound, you'll probably see how erratic it was at that time, okay? And there's a lot of British news that already went through the markets and already happened. For us, we're in the North American session now, so we don't have to worry too much of European news. We got to now focus on North American news. At this time, we normally get US and Canadian news, but as you guys know, the US right now is still shut down. The government is still shut down, and we have this note right over here. US government data may be impacted by the shutdown. We're going on 3+ weeks, almost 4 weeks. Remember, the shutdown started October 1st. So this is the 22nd day where it's been shut down, including weekends too. And it's when will they open it up? I don't know. Analysts are saying it might stretch into November. Okay, so with government closures, that's why everything is volatile right now in the markets, okay? So tentative events are subject to either a delay. We've seen folders get delayed. We've seen NFP, the start of this month, get delayed. We've seen lots of US folders get delayed. We've seen some numbers get revised. Okay, there will be revisions as well. And then finally, we've seen cancellations. How many times have we seen the Thursday unemployment claims that are normally released at 8:30 every single Thursday morning? They've been canceled, and we haven't seen anything regarding unemployment. We haven't seen anything regarding job creation. We haven't seen much, right? So just trade careful until the government eventually opens up, okay? So that's our news today. Earnings were big. Remember Netflix yesterday? Yesterday in the after hours, they were down 6.5%. Let's just see what they are doing right now in the early market, pre-markets, if it's carried over. Let me just see here. If anyone has, they are down 6.5% right now, down $80 per share. So when I say $80 per share, remember it was trading at $1,240. So when something is down $80 relative, I don't like to talk like kind of those. I like to talk a percentage. So it is down 6.5% across the board. And is it going to carry forward into market open at 9:30? And will it continue to go down 7, 8, 9, 10%? Or is it going to bounce back up and just be down -3%? Will it get to break even, or will it turn green today and recover a little bit of what it lost yesterday? We will see. We'll find out. Okay. If you're trading NVIDIA individually through options or through buying equity of shares, navigate accordingly with risk. Okay. Also, what are our earnings today? So we have a busy pre-market. We have Veritiv Holdings, GE Vernova, Amphenol Corporation, AT&T Corporation. So we have some U.S. telecommunications over here. Boston Scientific Corporation, Hilton Worldwide. Again, lots going on, but I don't think these are gonna have a high impact on S&P 500. Maybe AT&T if you're following it. The whole world and the whole market is waiting for after hours today. This is where all eyes will be on. It's Tesla. Okay, Tesla has been in the news for the last year, especially last quarter. Elon Musk has been in the news as of late in the last year. You know, he was kind of in charge of DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, cutting everything in there, gutting a few things. And now shareholders didn't like that. That's when the share price dropped significantly, and it was maybe a possible great time to buy the dip. How many times do you see Tesla dropping 30-50% off? And as soon as Elon Musk came back and focused on Tesla, boom, it bounced right back up. So guys, you got to be on top of your game. Okay, you can't wait till after and start scratching your head and say, oh man, I missed an opportunity. Because if you keep doing that, you're going to miss another opportunity, and you're going to miss another opportunity. How many times, when I was in Europe last year during August, how many times were we telling you guys in video when it was trading at $150 and it scaled all the way back down to sub $90? A lot of traders were scared, saying, oh my God, it's going to even go down further and further and further. But it's going to reach an area of demand eventually at some point. And $90 was a really nice fill if you got in. I tried to get in filled at that amount. I didn't get filled. I got filled in at 104. And then look at where it is right now. It's trading almost at like $200 a share. So guys, there's always opportunities, okay? Whether there's going to be an opportunity today, tomorrow, next week, 6 months from now, or 1 year from now. There will always be opportunities, okay? But you've got to do a little bit of analysis and keep some of these securities on your radar. With Tesla, you got to know what its 52-week low is. What is its 52-week high? Where are good support levels? Where do you see buyers coming in? Where do you see sellers coming in? That's with a top-down analysis. If we're just talking about it right now, how do I know how Tesla's been trading yesterday, last week, 6 months from now, 2 years from now? We got to do an analysis, right? We got to eventually conduct a top-down analysis, okay? Pick your favorite securities and have fun with it. I would go with something that you're passionate about. If you are passionate about Tesla, if you're passionate about what Elon Musk is doing for the world and what he's got in the pipeline, like, we don't even have to talk about Tesla, the vehicle. We can talk about Robotaxi. He's already kind of done the pilot program in Texas, and he's launched it. So this might be launched worldwide. And it's going to eliminate a lot of things, where it's going to eliminate a lot of humans from driving, right? So if you believe in that, maybe you want to invest in it. If you don't, then try and short sell it and see how the market reacts, okay? The street will always react to positive or negative news. There's always going to be buyers, and there's always going to be sellers, and there's always going to be skeptics with whatever you do in the markets, okay? So Tesla, they report at 415. Okay, remember, if you're holding any overnight positions and you're trading NASDAQ or S&P 500, it will be impacted by Tesla. Tesla is weighted heavy in those indices, okay? We also have International Business Machines, aka IBM. They report at 10 after 4. We have QuantumScape Corp, Okay, so we do have some big earnings in the after hours. And then when you go through the week, you have American Airlines tomorrow morning, T-Mobile. Then we go into after hours tomorrow, Intel Corporation. And then Friday, we have Procter & Gamble in the morning. And then what you can do getting ready for next week, hit on the calendar, and then you can start to see next week. Monday, we have 11 before the open and 43 after the close. And we have, look at Tuesday, holy shit, 67 pre-market and 80 companies reporting after hours. Those will be those other names: Meta, Google, Microsoft, Apple, Nvidia. Well, their day is coming, so make sure you prepare, okay? News in the markets right now. I was just talking about Netflix stock falls after earnings miss. It was a big EPS disappointment. I believe that they were estimated at $6.87 and it came in $5.70 or something like that. It was less than $1, and they just missed their revenue. But this was the major news with Netflix. The company missed both revenue and profit estimates, but after an unexpected tax dispute in Brazil dealt a major blow to Netflix. Okay, so this is what we got going on. U.S. stock futures flat in wait for Tesla after the Netflix slump. So maybe the market is waiting for Tesla. Careful trading at Wall Street today and after. We got China and the U.S. always in the news. China's 1 billion of daily U.S. exports shows Xi's bargaining power. So Trump and Xi are battling here. They're going back and forth. But you know, China does hold a little bit of bargaining power here because we get a lot of stuff from North America from China. So yes, you can hit them with tariffs, but eventually who's paying for the tariffs? It's the U.S. consumers. It's unfortunately going to go up for us, you know, like we're the ones that go buy stuff at the dollar store. We're the ones that go buy stuff at Walmart. Those things are just going to go up and we're going to have to pay for it, okay? So tariffs are not the greatest things what kind of the U.S. government is saying. Tariffs, well, look at the history of tariffs. See how countries have, what happened with those, okay? Yes, he can gloat that they're pulling in billions of dollars, but they're pulling it in with the U.S. consumers paying for it. And what they do with that money is their business. You know, we'll see how everything shapes up. That's what I like to do. I like to just talk, watch, observe, speculate, and see what happens and react after, okay? What else we got going on in the news? Apple. Big day. You know, the launch of like the Apple iPhone 17 was great. It was up 5% the other day. And let's see if it can continue that. Gold. Okay, so gold frenzied rally ends with the largest sell-off with over a decade. So you guys saw that big bearish daily candle, what we're going to talk about when we get to the daily analysis. That's what I mean. Some of these scalping candles on the 1 minute, 5 minutes, 15 minutes are insane how much volume are in these candles. So if you're trying to trade with a tight stop loss, unfortunately, if you don't nail that trade right away with zero drawdown and you know how to manage your stop loss and go to break even, you'll probably get stopped out. So, and if you're over leveraged, it could be a lot of damage to your account. So please, guys, this is not the time to be playing around and gambling in these markets. This is time to be extra serious right now, okay? And I respect some of you guys that say, Ron, you know, this is very volatile. I'm on the sidelines right now. I'm still watching. I'm observing. I'm learning. Much respect to you guys, okay? Because this is not the time. If you were a beginner trader, you know, a lot of things can happen, okay? Discord, guys, this is our signals, okay? We had a signal come out yesterday during the Tokyo session when we were trading live right over here, looking for buys above that 4,072. We had the volume. There was that big drop. It was like I think we calculated 1,200 pips in 30 minutes, that drop. That was this candle where we did the daily analysis. It came right into our weekly point of interest. That wick actually broke last week's support and grabbed the liquidity. I was in a buy on this candle, hit daily goal with that, and then I believe we sold this candle right here. Got some pips in there. These are not small candles, mind you. These are 50, 60, 70, 100 pip candles. And then I believe we were in a buy on this candle again. Like I think we were 3 for 3 last night. very quickly, went in profit, taking stop loss to break even and scaling out 80% was my strategy last night. I wasn't fooling around, okay? We'll see if we get some signals, some trade ideas in today's session, and we'll keep an eye on those, okay? And guys, everyone on YouTube, thank you guys for joining, almost 200 viewers. I appreciate everyone that's joining us in Tokyo. I know it's late hours for a lot of you guys, but thank you guys for joining. Another thing is, if you can't make it, you can watch the video after and see how it was. You can watch it and see everything, what we did, okay? There's a free Telegram channel pinned at the top of YouTube for you guys. This is the one that has all of our upcoming links for all of our live sessions, some recaps of what we're doing in our sessions. There's also this trading blog that we did right over here. It was a good understanding of the Tokyo sessions that we're doing. I'll do one of these when we do like a London session. I'll have more of these when we do more New York sessions. It's focus points on what we should be watching. We were going to do also USD JPY last night, but we had no time with how crazy gold was. So we'll do that. And guys, we're proud to announce that we're having a risk management kind of crash course, boot camp, whatever you want to call it. It's 2 days. It's going to be on a weekend, so it's scheduled for November 1st and 2nd. That's a Saturday and Sunday, and its scheduled time is 12 p.m. noon Eastern, my time, and we're going to go till at least 3 or 4 p.m. We'll stay longer if we have to, okay? It's the weekend, so I don't mind staying longer as long as we start to learn a little bit about risk management. So we kind of have a structured plan of what we're going to do here. You'll also get included in a 1-month membership with SST, giving you guys everything that we do here. So basically, it's you get your 1-month membership and we'll include this crash course. It's live, it's not pre-recorded, so I hope to see you guys on this. It's going to be fun. And just a reminder to the SST lifetimers, this is included with your lifetime package. Whatever we do here, you guys are always included. Everyone else, if you want to sign up, visit this link and then more information is there, okay? Our before and after of our trade idea signals, so these are doing really well. You just got to understand how to trade these, right? It's not just trade blind and buy and sell. It's locate the levels, see what's going on. Hopefully you have your analysis done, and maybe these will match up with your confluences, and maybe we might be on the same page. Maybe we might be opposite from each other. Who knows? But we'll figure it out, okay? And then also, guys, I'm not the only trader here. Also, Big Dave is also here, and he does not too much YouTube. He does more private sessions with the snipers in Zoom, New Yorks and post New Yorks, and this was what they are doing too. We showcase what they're doing in there. So if you want to join them, join the team, and take your trading to the next level with SST, because we're not just going to stop at Forex and futures. We're going to start to get into stock and options, guys, and I want you guys to be well prepared. We're going to educate first, and then we'll be doing live trading in the stock and option markets, but it's a lot, guys. It's a lot to understand. Forex and futures are kind of like, I always say, like baseball right now, because the Toronto Blue Jays are in the World Series against the Dodgers. That's why I'm wearing my lucky Toronto hat, but Forex and futures are kind of like, in my opinion, like the minor leagues. But when you move up in the stock and option markets and you start trading Wall Street, you're now in the big leagues. That's where everything goes down, okay? But we'd love for you guys to learn and trade options as well, okay? And guys, also on our website right over here, stocksnipertrading.com, lots of education. You can self-teach yourself. Also, we kind of guide you through live trading, live webinars we'll be doing, but you can also teach yourself. Right over here, it's like you're going back to school. You got courses, webinars, boot camps. Everything is here. It's just who wants to put in the work for you. If you want to put in the work and learn, maybe the markets will pay off eventually. But if you're lazy and you don't do the work, then don't expect too much out of the markets, okay? It's not easy. A lot of us have studied hours and hours and hours. And then our schedule for all of our live sessions, because everyone asks, Ron, when are you guys trading? Guys, it's available on the website. Just go to the website, live sessions. You see what we're doing here with the YouTube and Zooms with me, Coach Ron and Coach Dave in there. You can see we're Wednesday, we're over here, and then Dave is post, and then tomorrow Dave is post New York, and then you can see we started the Tokyo session again, then going in Friday, it's a London session, okay? And everyone, let's get started. If you can hit that subscribe button on YouTube, we do appreciate it. Also like the channel if you guys can. It shows appreciation to us and keeps us motivated to be here on YouTube to continue to do this. Okay, so let's get started. Shiv, relax. Please don't spam. What's my YouTube RPM? I don't even. Who cares about YouTube? Why are you worried about that? Just stop. Okay. If you're here to trade, we're here to trade. If you're here to talk about YouTube and analytics, we don't need you here. Go find another channel that gives a shit about that. Okay. Just like and subscribe. That's all you need to know about YouTube. Now let's get focused. You see what I mean? A lot of people are not focused. How are you not focused at 6:30 a.m. Eastern? What are you worried about YouTube RPM for? Who gives a shit about that? Okay, I don't even care about that. Why are you worried about that? We're worried about gold right now. Okay, start focusing. Hey, this is what I mean, guys. Why do you wonder why retail traders have no idea what's going on in the markets? That's why. Okay, so we're going to do a top-down analysis on gold. Good morning, everyone. Welcome, everyone, on Zoom. Thank you guys for all joining. Justin, welcome. Good morning. Conrad, Johnny Forais, welcome. Reese, good morning. Welcome, guys. Sergio, good morning. Red Clues, shout out to you. Welcome. Thanks for joining. I'll see you later this afternoon with Dave. Welcome. Amir, DCY, Mikey, Zizi, welcome, guys. 099, welcome. MH, salam alaikum, welcome. Bridge, Husky, welcome. Morning, brother. Welcome, guys, welcome. Okay, and good morning, everyone on YouTube. Thank you guys for joining. Right to the top of the list, we got Thomas, welcome, thank you. Babuzi, welcome. I love the name, Babuzi. I love it. Justin, thank you for joining also on YouTube. I appreciate you. Arnaldo, welcome. Good morning. Zablon, welcome. Dern Koeng, welcome. Hopefully I'm saying that. J Angel, good morning. Welcome, guys. Okay, so who's ready? I'm ready. Are you guys ready? You guys got some coffee ready to go? Have you guys done your top-down analysis? Have you guys done some charting, or am I going to do it and you're just going to follow with me? If you are, you're more than welcome to, but I recommend that you already have a top-down analysis done, and then maybe we can match up levels. We can look for points of interest. We can look at points of control. We can get an overall feel of how gold is moving. So if you guys remember, this was the start of our futures session right over here. Look at it. Wow. It started at 745, and then there was 750, 755. Here's futures market right there. 8 p.m. drop, and it continued. We were talking about the RSI indicator. When it kept dropping on these bearish candles, how it was going down 30, 25, 20, 15, and then it bottomed out at 13 when finally we saw a wick. But we weren't kind of following the RSI. What we were doing was we were following the daily time frame. When it came down there at that 007, 4,007, I'll talk about it. You'll see when I start doing the top-down analysis why we were targeting that wick right there, okay? So it's not always just buy whenever RSI goes down, and it's not just sell whenever RSI is high. You've got to understand maybe more of a higher time frame where it's trading on the weekly. Even when we're scalping 5-minute candles, it's still very important to know how you are trading relative to the weekly, because that's where the bigger traders are, right? Okay, so let's start off on the daily. Okay, so we're starting to get a little cool off on gold. Like we always say, things can't go up forever. Eventually, they're going to have to correct themselves or retrace themselves. Notice how I didn't say the word crash, okay? This is not a crash in gold. This is a correction, a pullback, necessary. It needs to cool off the market, right? It needs to cool off gold. There's going to be some profit taking. Anyone that bought gold at 3,300 and it's straight, sorry. When I talk a lot, guys, I tend to lose my voice. And I didn't have my hot tea today, okay? So more coffee. I need more tea. I'm gonna brew a cup soon. I'll have a break around just before 8. And we're gonna get that hot ginger lemon tea. That stuff is the cure for anything. If you lose your voice, if you got a sore throat, I recommend it. Okay. But look what's going on. Remember, this candle right here, this bearish candle was the biggest daily drop in over a decade in gold. Okay. And yeah, that sounds scary saying that. but also we haven't had a gold run up like this in over a decade, okay? So yes, it's a big bearish candle, but there's still a lot of support behind it, okay? So let's start analyzing so far what's happening, okay? On the daily, we've been making higher highs, which were all-time highs. Pullbacks are higher lows, a new higher high, aka all-time high, a pullback higher low, a new all-time high, higher high, and a pullback, continuing driving and going back up, and then finally we started to consolidate. We got a bullish candle, a bearish candle, a bullish candle, and then a sellers continue. So remember in here, when it was trading in these 3-4 days in here, remember buyers were buying, sellers were selling. Buyers were buying, and then you can see right here on Tuesday, sellers were selling, and they really advanced it down and closed it with authority below and engulfed a lot of daily bars behind us, okay? So that has already happened. Now what can we learn from this? First thing is we can learn is we have an all-time high on gold. Where is it? It's right up here. Let's acknowledge it with an orange color. It's kind of mimicking Donald Trump's makeup right over here. Okay, so, and I see a lot of rejections at this point. 4,382 looks like it's the all-time high, and there's a rejection there on Friday. There was a rejection there on Monday, and another rejection there yesterday. Okay, now I can do this, and you can do this as well. You can bring a box right there from the all-time high wicks to that body and make it red. Okay. And if you do this, you are correct, right? You can do that, and you can stretch that into the future. How many of you guys have done that, okay? This is where I'm going to test you guys to see how you guys are, how your analysis is looking. If you guys did that, it's correct, right? But I would recommend stretching it into the future, because if we ever do revisit this area, and it comes back up there, that could possibly be the second top, and then they could bring it down. We saw that if you look at the 4 hours of gold, you'll see exactly how it looks on the 4 hours, okay? But this is where I'm going to take it a little further with you. You can do that, and again, you are correct. However, I do it a little different. You see over here where there's a body and a body? What I do is when I see this bullish candle, this bearish candle, this bullish candle, this bearish candle, I'm going to drag this zone down to there. Okay, that's just me personally. And I'm correct doing this as well, right? You're correct doing it that way. I'm correct doing it this way. It's just a perspective why I do this, okay? Do you guys, and did anyone do this? Because if you did that, like you start right there. If you did it with those bodies in that wick, now you're just dragging it again into the future. You get that, and you get that piece right there, okay? The reason why I do that is because now when I'm looking at this, let me show you why. Well, now, see how I went from this body to the all-time high. Grab your Fibonacci tool and now measure it from this to this. Where's the 0.5? Let's draw a line exactly right at 0.5. See where it is? It's right located at those bodies. Okay, and that's also telling me that that's 50% of that all-time high supply, and it's matched up with a body and a body. Okay, that's the reason why I do that. Remember, your measuring tool, Fibonacci is known also as a measuring tool. I know it's called Fibonacci retracement. It measures the retracements. This is also a measuring tape right here, where we can measure that entire zone and things like that. Okay, we are traders. Traders have a tool belt, and the tool belt is filled with tools. So we gotta have tools and know what they do and how to use them, because it can make our life that much easier as a trader, right? So we measure the move. Now that I have that zone, it doesn't mean I just identify it and that's it. Stretch it into the future, and what you can do is maybe place an alert in there. If the volume if gold comes rallying back up, at least you're going to get an alert in there. That doesn't mean just buy or sell blindly. It means get ready, because now we're trading in a big zone. And this was a zone where sellers stepped in. Sellers stepped in. sellers had the biggest daily drop in over a decade, okay? So we have to understand that if it comes back in here, those big sellers could be positioning themselves again to continue to sell it down with a second top, okay? So when it comes in there, what I like to do is place a point of interest line where you could either place it at the bottom of the red box. As soon as it's coming in there, you'll get alerted. When it's trading right in the middle of it at 50%, or when it's trading at the all-time high again. I like to just place it right at 50% or at those bodies. So what I do is a yellow daily point of interest, and then I look at the number to see, is it a nice psychological number? You can see we're $5 off of 4,350. With this much volume, that's kind of irrelevant. But anyways, we're trading right around 4,350, okay? And then what I like to do is, if you have kind of the upgraded version of TradingView, right click, I add an alert, and I create it. Now I can, whenever it gets up there, if I'm at my trade station where I am in the lab right now, I can come in there, I'll hear a noise. I could be watching the ball game on another TV here, and I'm watching. I could get a email. I can get a mobile notification. I'm a scalper on the run. I love to scalp off my mobile, so I get a lot of alerts wherever I am. If I'm in the grocery store and I'm walking around, you're going to hear my phone making noises. They're not text messages. I'm getting alerts from TradingView, and I'm watching. And when it comes in there, I could be scalping for a few minutes and pay for my groceries while I'm waiting in the line. That's the way how I do things. I told you, I'm a rare breed. I'm different from most traders. I don't have to be sitting at my trade station to be trading. That's the beauty of scalping. And that's why I want a lot of you guys to learn what it's like to be a scalper. Because you can scalp anywhere in the world at any time, right? When I'm on vacation in Europe, you better believe I'm getting some messages on my phone and I'm scalping on the beach, okay? So sometimes that's what we got to do, right? That's why I love scalping the markets and staying disciplined. Get in and get out, pip and dip. Now, we got some levels. Remember, we talked about this during Tokyo, okay? Now we've got some structure. Look at here. When this bullish candle came up, it went back up and it came back down, all the way down. Look at sellers brought it all the way down. They were engulfing, but it didn't close down there. That's the range low. It came back and it closed right there. So look at that closing price and then look at the opening bar. That's a critical point of interest. Draw a yellow line right there. 4,245, right near that 4,250, off by $5. Now, you see the yellow line? Okay, see where it is? At that body close, that body open, look at the biggest daily candle that dropped in over a decade. And are you telling me it's just by coincidence that that yellow line is reflecting maybe 50% of that volume? I don't know. You guys tell me. I'm saying it's not by coincidence. That's the point of control of that volume. And now let's measure it to be exact. Let's start from what I do is the opening balance, and I drag my Fibonacci tool to the closing balance. Now I can see the biggest daily drop in over a decade, and look at how it's almost lined up exactly. We're $5 off. Exactly of 0.5 of that entire black volume is 4,239. Okay, and I just placed it at those bodies, and it's 2,245. So what we can do is to adjust right now, bring that yellow line exactly and let it represent exactly 50%. That's your cut line. What you just did was you just cut the biggest daily bearish candle in gold in over a decade. Does this make sense, guys? Like, we're normally when we're cutting 1 minute candles in half, we're cutting 5 minute candles in half. Now we're cutting the biggest drop in over a decade. Do you guys understand what I'm saying here? This is the biggest drop in gold in over 10 plus years in a single day. This is how crazy the markets are right now, okay? And that's, now let's take it even further. Let's figure out the bearish point of control of the biggest drop in over a decade. Right there, you see how easy it is. There's some, if someone could even teach you this, I don't even could put a price on how much they would charge you to do this. I've seen some of the guys that come to SST message Dave and I and said, we have paid $5,000 to $10,000 for trading courses. And this is no joke, guys. I can even mention the guys' names in the group, have paid $5,000 to $10,000. Is mind-boggling for education, and it's not even talking about what we talk about. Okay, it's talking about just some support resistance stuff you can get what we do for free on YouTube. Okay, I don't even know how much they would charge if they knew what we're doing here. Okay, so I learned a lot of this behind the scenes working in the banks. And a lot of it is self-taught, just watching candlesticks as well. So I hope you guys are honestly learning the importance of what these zones represent, what these points of interest represent, and how it is to trade off of these things, okay? So now, you see, we've now identified the biggest bearish point of control. So treat this as if like this is a 5 minutes, and maybe this is like a 5-minute setup, right? Will the 5-minute buyers come back in and transact in here? And then it's got a high probability it might go back down, right? So this is also on the daily. Will the daily volume come all the way inside here, and will it push back down? Or will it just bypass through here, and then we come up to the double top for the all-time high? And then this will be your inside hidden block. And then if it comes back down in here, maybe it will respect this, and that will be a green zone because we've closed above. And when it comes back in here, that's an inverted zone. And then look, it's coming up with the higher low. The hidden block is now support, and then we're coming right back up to attack the all-time high. Maybe have a new all-time high, right? Just think of this as if this is a 5-minute structural setup. But now we got to continue moving down with this, okay? So you remember what we did yesterday? You can't, listen, guys, this is where you got to pay attention, okay? Find flags in the market, whether they're bullish flags or bearish flags. What you got to do is you got to find when markets accumulate, okay? When markets consolidate. You guys know what this means? This right here, when you see candles barcoding, okay? I'm a price action trader, so I have a little experience on this. Whenever you see this, bullish, bearish, bullish, and bearish, you see how there's 4 bars right there. If I was to trap all of this volume, this is how I would do this. Do you see what I just did right there? I'm going to make it neutral so you can all see. I didn't trap it all the way down there. I didn't trap it all the way down there. You see what I did? I went right to those yellow lines. The yellow lines, the points of interest. That body of volume, where the body sold off. Where the body opened again, up to there, and where the body sold down, okay? Now, when you've identified that, that's what you can stretch into the future, right? There's another one. You guys see it. We spotted it last night on, that's why when we said 4,007 was going to be a big buying area, okay? Look at right here. You see how the single bars are coming up bullish, 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 bullish. Now we get consolidation. This is a cool off. See where it comes up blue, and then the next day back down black, and the next day again blue, and then a little bit more blue, and then it breaks out. Trap this. You guys, you gotta train your eyes to see what I do, and once you learn this, you're good to go. So do you see what I did? Sometimes it just takes 2 bars. Everyone says, Ron, how can you do this? You know, when we do it live, when I first see it on 5 minutes, I see a 5-minute bar and I already start trapping it and stretching into the future. I always tell you guys, you don't need to watch 10 bars to 2 bars. When you see it bar coding, this is what we call bar coding. It goes up and comes down the equal distance. And then we have an opening balance, we got a closing balance, we have an opening balance and closing balance. Right there. Now stretch it into the future, right? Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. And look at yesterday, that wick right there. We had 007 marked off. It came a little lower, but it broke which candle? This big important candle, Monday, October 13. So all of you ICT traders and shit like that, it came down and it swept the weekly support, swept it, and then are we going to see it move back up now, or is it going to continue coming back down? Okay, so you see how I did that. All I did was stretch that into the future, and all of these buyers over here that missed out on October 13, that entire week, it's coming back down and activated their pending orders down here. They're right now, they're activated. They're in the money, but is it going to come all the way up today and we're going to flip this bearish candle and turn back up blue? Or are they going to get trapped in here and these sellers are going to continue coming back down, filling the wick and break it and drop even further? Another question is, are we going to close below this zone Because if we do, guess what color this zone is going to be? It's going to be red. Because then the offers are continuing to come down, and we might even shoot further down, okay? So today's a very significant day on gold. We're going to see if these buyers can maintain and hold this selling pressure, okay? So let's do this now. We've identified the zone. Any questions right now, okay? I'm going very slow because I want you guys to understand how to do this, okay? So now, is the volume above us right now? It is. So what's the color of this zone? It has to be green currently, okay? So you see right there was a green bullish flag. A bullish flag has a high probability of breaking out to the upside. There it is. There's no, now, remember what I say. I got to repeat myself because I don't think everyone is paying attention. Remember we had a guy talking about what is YouTube's RPM. And I said, these are the guys that are not focused and will not make it as traders. The guys that listen, you guys are going to be successful. This is a bullish rally. We're moving up. This is a bullish flag pattern. A bullish flag pattern is where the market cools off and continues to accumulate with buyers while it's cooling off. Sellers are trying to sell, but you see there's no break in the structure. So it cools off for 4 days. And then it's got a high probability, a bull flag of continuing to the upside, and there it is. Now we see it. Here's another bull flag, right? Here it was flagging bull. But we didn't get that breakout, that continuation to go because the sellers came in and then they closed it with conviction. And that's why we're getting a push down to the downside right now, coming back in this green zone. So are we going to now respect this green zone and we're going to come back up into here? We got to transact in here, whether you like it or not. If we do come in there, I don't know if it's just going to blast out like this because there is a block in the market. So it needs to transact in that block. If there's sellers, it could get rejected right back down, and then look at where we're trading. Advance this green block into the future. Then we're going to look, is it going to be kind of a third bottom? Here's kind of one bottom, two bottoms, maybe a third bottom, and go back up. If it loses this, then we're moving down. Then there we've got a lower high, a higher low, a lower high, and then a new lower low, continuing to sell off gold, okay? So this block is now established. Stretch it into the future. Notice how I'm going into the future. How far am I? December 2nd, okay? New month of December, all the way in there, okay? Now, one more thing is some points of interest. I love any candle where it closes and opens, okay? That's a point of interest. I didn't open the daily candle and I never closed it there. The market makers, the liquidity providers, the brokers do that. That's their job. My job is to analyze. And when I'm analyzing where they close it and where they open it, not only do I place a line there, I look at the number, 4,125. That is a psychological number. These are your psychological numbers. 125, 150, 175, 200. Let's do it again. 225, 250, 275, 300. Let's do it again. 325, 350, 375, 400. Let's do it one more time. 425, 450, 475, and then the big one is 500. And we can do the same thing until we get to 1,000. Those are psychological levels. Why do we transact at these levels? This is an online auction. Gold is an auction. Go to a live auction and see how things operate. This is for efficiency, guys. We talk about auction theory. Transactions are very efficient at these numbers. There's more orders placed there. And when the market loves, it's like a magnet, it's gravitated to these areas because it knows that there's a lot of liquidity sitting there. It can transact fast, and markets, brokers make money with commissions, spreads, transactions, and it keeps the markets flowing. Okay, so it's gravitated to these numbers. You don't be surprised when you see all-time highs hit these whole numbers, support at these whole numbers. Remember, our previous all-time high was 3,500 right over here, that wick. Just measure that wick exactly, draw a line. What exactly was it? Look, 3,500 on the dot. Was that just by chance? I don't think so. Okay, so, you got to understand these things. Now what we see on the daily is a pattern. We've got one strong leg up, all of this barcoding garbage, consider it one top. Here we have now the leg coming down. So are we going to break through this impulsively? Is it going to get a wick coming back in? Did we just already transact in it last night and now it's ready to come up? So next thing is it going to come back up to the opening balance of today, right there, to 4,120, 125? Is it going to go to our point of control, 4,250? Is it going to go all the way up to the double top all-time high? Is it going to break out for a new all? I don't know. Remember, there's levels to this game. We still got to get here, then we got to get there, then we got to get there, okay? So we're not going to just say, okay, it's going to do this. No, we got to revisit this area and see what happens here first, okay? That's why you got to take it one candle at a time, right? Because sellers could continue coming back in and pushing this thing down. Now, if it breaks this green zone, how far down can we go? I've got 3 wicks, a wick, a wick, and a wick. So those wicks are telling me that buyers stepped in right here. When the market went down, they came in right there. Again, this was a big bearish day. It came in. Look, it stopped right there. They came back in. Again, the next day, sellers tried a third time, bringing it right back down, just below 3,950 down in there, and the buyers came right back in and pushed it up. Notice how those 3 wicks are above 50% of that bullish candle right there, okay? So this is where we can make some analysis off of. Let's measure exactly 50% of this big bull candle below us. Let's grab our fib tool, opening balance, closing balance. 50%. See, Ron is spot right on. Right there's 50%. What you can do is you can find another point of control of that and draw it across into the future. So this is if we get kind of like an impulse break. You know, if it comes down bearish, 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 and we cut right through here, could fill all those wicks, create a new lower low, but those buyers are right there protecting it right in that point of control. Okay, will it come down here? I don't know, but we gotta be ready if it does. What we can do is right click it, place an alert on here, and I'm ready if it comes down in there, okay? But we haven't came down in there so far. Now, let's look at, remember, the size of the zone is determined for a particular reason. What we can do is grab the Fibonacci tool and measure the entire zone. I want to know exactly where's 50% of this green zone. It's right there. Guys, I'm not making this shit up, okay? There it is. 4,007. We were talking about this last night. We had this marked on our chart. That was James Bond, okay? So did Ron just guess that it was going to come to 4,007 last night? No, because we figured out that zone and we cut it in half. Guys, I don't make up these numbers, right? But look at now the volume does the talking. Ron's not going to do the talking anymore. Look at how we came down, we came down, we came down, and look at where the buyers stepped in. Right exactly at 50% of that bullish zone. And it came right back up, and this is where we're trading at right now, but we still have this bearish volume that could continue to push down and come down here, okay? Now, let's follow today's opening balance. Remember, we're following the biggest bearish candle coming down, close. We closed, we opened today right there, 4,125. It was initially bullish today. It came up, and that's our highest point. So there's our purple high of the day. And it got rejected back down to the opening balance, and sellers were in control, mainly in futures and Tokyo. When we started last night, we saw that big drop. It was all basically Tokyo and more in London. We saw some London candles coming down as well, some volume. And look at the sellers. They continued to push down, push down. When it got to yesterday's lowest point, that was a point, that is a point of interest. And let's place a yellow line at yesterday's low. What's the price tag? 4,080, 082. Remember, SST had a buy signal above 82 that ran 100 pips. Okay, it's locating technical areas. And now we're pushing down, pushing down, pushing down. Okay, so you can see now where we're trading relative to 50%. If I was to make a purple low of the day, you can see like where it is. It's right inside there. I know it's going to be 2 lines like overlapping each other, but I just want you to see our lowest point of the day is around 4,003. So they haven't broke that psychological number of 4,000. We're right around 50%, and that's where the buyers pushed it right back up. We're trading now right at the top of the green zone, around 4,042. So next move up is we can measure. If the buyers continue to push it up from this green zone, and come up to that yellow line right there, that's 375 pips. That's more than a daily goal, especially for a scalper. That's like a swing trader's weekly goal right there, okay? And then if it breaks above that, will it continue to fill up all the way up there? That's 800 pips. I would be cutting this yellow and this yellow in half, okay? Even cut it down right there and look at the number, 4,100. See what I mean, guys? This is not just by chance. What I'm doing right there is just cutting this yellow line, this yellow line. I'm not looking for maybe 400, 800 pips. I'm looking for cutting it in half, okay? Again, let's not guess. Grab your fib tool if you want to figure out, cut it in half, yellow line, yellow line. This is called tape trading, reading the tape. This is when dinosaurs used to do it, like us, old guys. Okay, right there. Put the yellow line. And then what I like to do too, to confirm the number, 4,103. I'm right at that psychological 4,100. Nice location. Okay. We can continue to do that with this zone right here. From the green line to that yellow line. Same analogy. Green, top of the box. It's there for a reason. That yellow line is there for a reason. Let's just grab 50%. Where is it? 0.5, 4,062. Okay. So let's just say, for example, remember, we have to respect this selling volume above us. So even if the buyers are continuing to push it back up, they push it back up, they push it back up, that's it. It could stop right there. That's 200 pips. That would be my daily goal, and that's it. I'm done for the day. But it could come right there, and sellers continue pushing it right back down, and then I pissed away 200 pips because I'm looking for a million pips to go back up. But you're now trading up against a lot of selling volume, okay? Look how quickly they're coming back down. They might revisit today's low and break it even further. And then where do we got to watch for? If they break today's low, we got to watch the bottom of this green zone. So I'm just going to, just kind of correct it right there. We can draw a yellow line if we want, but I also use my zones as points of interest, the bottom, the middle, and the top. You can do whatever you guys want. I do it for you guys so you can acknowledge. Look at the number. Remember, I'm not making this up. There's a body, the bottom of the green zone, 3,975. Are you telling me that was just by chance that line is there? No. And then again, I can further, if it breaks down further down, you could look at exactly 50% from this yellow line to the point of control right there, if you like, and cut it in half. I guarantee you when you cut it in half, you're going to see it's 3,950, and that's where those 3 wicks kind of came in there. Let's do it. Let's just do it, okay? Because a lot of you guys say this guy's full of shit. Let's go from 50% of this point of control to that zone right there. And where's the 0.5? Right there. Sorry, 3,948. I'm off by $1.75, okay? Right there. But then look how it lines up with that wick, and that wick. Okay, so you got now zones. You got a little bit of trading zones, areas to keep you disciplined. If it comes down there, you got to respect those areas. Okay, so on the daily, still continuing bearish, coming all the way down to almost our lowest point of the day. Okay, let's go to the 4 hour now, and there's the 4 hour double top. Look how clear it looks. Came up, one top, neckline, came back up, second top, double top. There was, when it's breaking right here, sometimes we see a break and then we see a wick come back up and then it reverses back up and it's a fake out. This one actually closed with volume below and continued to push down. We're flagging and we're dropping even further down, okay? So look at how visually clear the 4 hour double top is. That's why I'm saying you got to watch on the daily. If it comes, right now it's one top, coming down. That's why you got to watch if it comes back up for that second top and you could be selling the all-time high. Just like there's a visual representation of how it looks on the 4 hours. Okay, so look at the 4 hours now. We're continuing to push down, lower low. That was that Tokyo where we dropped all the way down there. It came back up after the call from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. Came back up, closed strong. We kind of advanced at the start of 2 a.m., 6 a.m. This is pre-London and London session now. It came up. That's what created the highest point of the day was London. And now we pushed back down. Look, it's a 4 hour bearish engulfing candle. Took out all those those buyers that were buying and kind of closed below. Again, we opened right now 6 a.m. bullish. Again, lower high. We're still below 50% of Europe's volume. You can now, what we can do is we can pinpoint 50% of Europe's volume. This big bearish candle closing below. Opening balance. See, I'm doing the same shit. This is a 4 hour candle, very important one. There it is, 0.5 now. is, see how I'm just going to move my line right there. Look at it, guys. It's exactly 4,102, okay? I can even write on this so we know. You can click on it. Let's see if it will work. Oh, I'm on the fib. Okay, so on the yellow line, we can write style. We can put a text in there. What is this? This is, we just said, 50%, right? For all of those that need to know what this is 50%, okay, point of interest of Europe, of Europe's 4H, okay? You guys understand what I'm doing here? We can make it a little bigger for the people that are blind over here. Right over here, you see? This now tells me, this line right here is 50% point of interest of the Europe's 4-hour volume. And I can see we came up bullish, bullish, bullish. I can see we haven't transacted in there. So it's a lower high. That's still a bearish point of control pushing back down. Look, it came all the way opening balance, took out Europe's low, and we're continuing to push down right now. But this is going to close in 3 hours. We still have a lot of time. Is it going to continue to come down and take out the lowest point of the day and 50% of this zone, or are we going to start to move back up right now, okay? So it's still coming down bearish. If we're buying, we're counter trading this bearish move, but we're looking for buys in this big daily demand zone. But still, you got to be careful, okay? So it's coming down still bearish on the 4-hour. This can continue to fill that wick and continue to drop. See right over here, 3,950, that previous drop. Look at where all the 4-hour buyers came in there, a wick there, a wick there, a wick there, and that started that big run. So what happens if it comes all the way down in there? That could be, if you look at it like this, where it was coming down, there's the big one bottom, right? It came all the way to the all-time high. Now it could come all the way down. That could be like the bigger second bottom. And then this zone would be flipped red, and we'll see how we transact in here. But right now it's still very bearish, okay? Now let's go into the 1-hour. Okay, then now we start to see a little something. Okay, there. Look at the hourly double top. Okay, you still got to look. It came in, one top. There's the neckline, second top. There's the hourly volume close below. It left behind a bearish fair value gap as well. And then look, it advanced all the way down in there. Okay, I would be looking where the volume is right there. That wick was a nice recovery. We saw it last night. Good, but look at when it came right back up. Okay, those are beautiful candles coming up, but it's counter buying. And then it came up, and the sellers elevator it right back down. Okay, so is it going to continue to break down? Are we going to come back up and do this, or is it going to come up now and be strong? Right now, it's still selling. Okay, so it's still pushing down. This hourly candle just opened up. It's going to close in 58 minutes. Myself as a scalper, what I like to do now, okay, guys? So this is where you really got to pay attention. I like to find hourly zones myself, okay? So right here, you can see this big wick that dropped that. We were trading live last night. You guys remember that? Dropped. It came back up, and look at where it closed. And look at the next body, came down, but look where the body is, okay? So if we're just placing a white line now for hourly and for our analysis, follow my white line now, okay? I want you guys to see what I'm seeing. See where it came up? Points of interest. And then it went all the way up, and then look at this big black candle, closed back below that white line. That was an impulse bullish hourly candle come up, test, 50% of that hourly candle. If you guys don't believe me, you can measure it yourself. I don't have time to do that right now. And it got rejected and came and closed right there. Again, we came back up bullish, lower high. So that's telling me lower high, lower high. We're below this 4 a.m. bearish point of control. You can measure all of these candles yourselves, and it continued to push down, did not take out that low. Some buyers coming back in, and look at now where you opened ignited right now. This is a new hourly candle that just opened 3 minutes ago, ignited and continue push down. So this zone now, you see the yellow and the white line, we now have a structural area. I'll make it neutral, everyone, so you guys can see right now what I'm looking at. Do you guys see what I just neutralized right here? There's an hourly wick going back up, an hourly wick that just touched there, back up support, hourly wick that touched there, but now we're pushing down. So let's advance this into the future and make this a red hourly zone, right? See what I'm doing there? So if it comes back into here, if it comes back up bullish, 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 it might come right in there, and then they drop it right back down. Okay, if it can close above there, we're going to flip that green. Then that might give us some inverted hourly pressure to continue to push back up. But we're nowhere near this zone. So that's telling me sellers are in charge and pushing it down. Okay, this candle could have been your daily goal if you guys are already scalping it. It opened ignited and is dropping for, holy shit, 200 pips. Like this is getting mind-boggling, guys. I was flustered last night with watching these moves, and even right now, it's insane, guys. Okay, so this is still very bearish. And if you're following the really silly indicator too over here, it's telling us everything is oversold. And if we continue to buy, we could get in trouble. Okay, we got to start to see, strong closures above. But right now, it's still very bearish on the hourly. I'm going to start to cut. Okay, I got to start cutting. This hourly candle has closed. Where's half of it? Where can we place a white cut line? Is that approximately 50% of it? I don't know. Let's measure it exactly. Opening balance, closing balance. There's 50%. Look at the number. 4,051.52, right at that 4,050 level, okay? So if we come back up bullish, we gotta understand that there could be sellers right there, continue holding it down, okay? So how did we close hourly? Do we have an hourly point of interest? Yes, we do, right there. And how do we open? Bearish ignited, continue to push down. Now we're getting a wick, returning back up. Will we get it back to the opening balance and we would flip bullish? Me as a scalper, sometimes if I'm just looking for the bullish candle to flip and just fill right up to that green box, I measure it before I even take the trade. If I'm just looking for that flip, right there, 70 pips. That could be my daily goal and I'm done. I could be taking my stop loss, going to a break even and scaling out. But if it can continue to go all the way up to right there, that's 175 pips. I could start to also on my 5 minutes cutting these zones in half, like right here, cutting it in half. From the green, top of the green box to that yellow line right there, if it just comes, if I'm looking for a buy, for example, from right there to there, 50 pips, okay? Look at it. They've already flipped the hourly candle, okay? So it's flipped right now. Let's see. Let's go on the 5 minutes right now and observe. Get ready, okay? Here's now our 5 minute structure. This is, look, it pushed down, came back up lower high, held off here, came back up lower high, lower highs, broke it down, new lower low, and now we're coming up with a big bullish engulfing candle. Let's see now in 4 minutes where this bar is going to close, okay? Are we ready now to get ready for maybe some possible trades? Watch what's going on. Guys, I have it on Financial Juice, some news over here, just in case we got some news, but I can also put it on our Discord channel. Just give me a moment here. Do you guys see? This is our Discord right over here in our commodities section. Let's see what we got going on over here. Okay, Forex already got some pips. Okay, so let's see now. Remember, this white line is representing an hourly structure, right? So it came down bearish. Do we have some 5 minute point of interest? I use these 5 minute cut lines, these red horizontal rays for very low time frame. Okay, so if I wanted right now to box in volume right here, again, if I want to see if the volume will start to barcode right here, I'm already engaging in my consolidation zone right here. Okay, see how we came down and it went right back up and we closed right there. Next bar, 7 a.m., opened ignited bearish, came all the way, broke that low, didn't close down there, closed right there. Opening balance of this new 5 minute candle, came down, short wick. It's a bullish engulfing candlestick. Let's see where it will close. So remember what I was just saying, taking a buy from right here to the top of the green box, that could be like that. What did we measure? 70? Yeah, right there, 70 pips. That's why sometimes when you just look for a quick fill, that's why measuring the move is the best thing. It's the best thing since sliced bread. Just measure it so you know. Oh, sorry, yes, I will add EMAs and our SST daily bar indicator. So this is our SST daily bar indicator. Okay, remember opening balance, that's the highest price of the day, came back down to the opening balance. Sellers in full control. They sold it all the way down right there to the lowest point of the day. And we got a little bit of a rejection coming right back up. And this is now what it's representing. So if we're buying, you're still going against a big daily heavy bar. Let's add some EMAs. We're still below the EMA 9. You see where the EMA 9 is? Right at 50% of that bearish candle. And our 200 EMA is all the way up here at the opening balance. Okay, so you see we have one more minute to go, and we had that kind of impulse breakout, and then the volume is still concentrated in this zone right here. Okay. How is everyone doing? We have almost 400 viewers on YouTube. If that analysis helped you guys out, if you understood it, hit the likes. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, guys. Let's see if we can get this up to 87,000 this week. You know, we're only like 110 away. That would be fantastic if we can get there, okay? Makes us really bullish here at SST. Okay, what's everyone's bias? Are we still bearish? Is gold going to continue to... When I mean bearish, let's all be on the same page. Is gold going to close below that red line, 4,025, and maybe fill that wick and drop down to, let's say, near the lowest point of the day, back down in here? That's if you're saying bearish, that's what we're looking for, okay? If we're saying bullish, will it close somewhere above here? And then we're moving maybe back up here. That's bearish and bullish right now, okay? Remember, I'm not concerned if you say bullish and you're thinking we're going to go to all-time high next week. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, like, where are we going to move in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes? Okay, so see the big rejection? So those buyers are still counter trading, and we just opened ignited again, pushing down. Okay, so do we have a bear volume, a bear candle closing below here? I see a wick, a wick, a wick, and a wick. So there could be fake outs down here, right? And we're still trading in this consolidated zone. So again, there's both sides are accumulating. Buyers are accumulating, sellers are accumulating. We don't have like a closure above, so I don't mind waiting it out still. I see buyers are still stepping in, coming right back in, but they could come right back in and get rejected right back down. This could be playing that ping pong game in here. If you want to engage in here, you're welcome to. But measure, even if you're trading in this little localized consolidation zone, it's a 100 pip zone. Normally on regular days, this is like a 25, 30 pip zone. This is a 100 pip zone, okay? So even if you get in a candle and you're halfway into it, you're up 50 pips. This is where scalping is fast. Yesterday, I had to do everything verbal. Yesterday, okay? Or not yesterday, well, yeah, on our Tokyo session. Guys, because sometimes, like, candles move so fast, I go in a buy and automatically goes up 40, 50, 60 pips. I'm verbally telling you guys I'm going to break even because I'm doing everything on my mobile while I'm doing this. So listen verbally too, okay? Because I might not have time to adjust everything on here. Mikey, you're saying bear still. Abdullah to the downside. Umeng, you're bullish. Tabiso, bearish. Okay. You see, that's the indecision between us. Everyone has their, opinions. For every buyer, there's got to be a seller. For every seller, there's got to be a buyer. Sometimes you're on the right end of trading. Sometimes you're on the wrong end. But all we can do is control our risk. Okay. Beautiful cells, okay? Beautiful cells, okay. So let's just continue to watch. So what I'm watching for is there gonna be some closing volume, bearish volume below here? Or are we just, making some wicks of support in here? Also, guys, just to mention right now, don't forget, on that free Telegram channel, there is that 2-day crash course we're going to do on November 1st and 2nd, Saturday and Sunday, on risk management. Everyone can join on that link. You also get a 1-month membership with us at SST and continue learning in there, okay? I'll be hosting it myself. So if you want to learn a little bit of risk management, we'll teach a lot, okay? We're going to learn trailing stop losses. We're going to learn about why it's important to go to a break even. We're going to learn also part of risk management is taking some profits out, taking partials, knowing when to counter trade, trading with the trend, things like that. Okay. and why risk management is so important, adhering to daily goals, all of these things. And remember, guys, we still have 1 more hour till COMEX market opens, okay? That's at 8:20 a.m. Eastern. And for example, okay, guys, listen, like let's say I get into a trade and I'm just placing like my stop loss just in this zone. Some of you guys are going to freak out and say, holy shit, Ron, that's a 50, 75, 100 pip stop loss. Again, I'm just trading with the structure. I know it's a scary stop loss of 100 pips, but I'm just trading with the structure or the size. That means I have to decrease my sizing down to make up for that bigger range. That's what I think a lot of traders are not understanding. You're using a cookie cutter approach, and it's not working with today's market. It's not working with the volume today. If you're using your traditional 50 pip stop loss that you were trading with last year, it's probably not working out. So you got to adjust with adapt to how the markets are moving. If you got to open up from a 50 pip stop loss to 100, that means you got to decrease your contract sizing, your lot sizing in half to make up for the same risk management, okay? So we see buys are still, it came down, impulse, came back up, closed strong. We opened again, ignited. So what I see on the 5 minutes is our first kind of first bottom, one bottom, okay, coming back up. Where's the neckline? Is it here or is it going to be up here? Is it going to come up here and then go back down? And then what we got to look for is maybe a higher low or a double bottom. And then there's our W. Then maybe the W, the second leg, has the stronger one that could break through here, fill that wick, and maybe get back up to there. Or sellers could just push it right back down, close it below here, and then that was a failed double bottom, and we're continuing to fill that wick down there and continue to drop down near the lowest point of the day, okay? While we're trying to figure this out, the volume is still kind of consolidating inside here. So let's just kind of mark a few critical areas. That last low wick right there. We've got, this area marked off. It's coming back up bullish. Do you want to engage in an impulse candle? That was an impulse buy, and then it came right back down. That wasn't big bullish impulse move that came out of there, and then they rejected it right back down. Now it picked up more volume down there. It could be another impulse breakout as well up here. Or do we want to wait for volume to close? And remember when I say an impulse breakout, even filling that wick, that's 50, 60 pips, okay? So even if you get an impulse in today's market, they're pretty good. So what I would recommend, if you trade on impulse and it goes up 20, 30, 50, 70 pips, take your stop loss and go to break even right away, especially if it's on an impulse trade, because it could just go up there and then get slammed right back down. And if you're not on break even, it'll come after your stop loss and you don't have to necessarily take a loss. Break even is fine, but taking L's at stop losses is not okay, especially multiple times. When you can, what I'm saying is when you can adjust it. If you go up 60, 70 pips, you shouldn't have an open stop loss. That's up to you if you want to. I trade differently. Okay, so now we have 2.5 more minutes to go. Is this going to be the first bullish candle that's going to close out of this zone with some volume? How's everyone's spreads right now? Oh, I'm at 0.4. Fluctuating like crazy. See, that's what I mean. There was another impulse break, and they rejected it back down. Lower high, lower high. We're trading back down in here. The world is becoming very expensive. I agree with you, Lazy. It is. It is. That's why you gotta also not just be really smart with your money management in the trading. You gotta also be very sound with your family expenses. This is the time now. We tell everyone, pay off all your debts. As much as you can, because once they start hiking up interest rates again, with everything, how expensive everything is around the world, it's just going to get even more expensive. Okay, so here's the close coming in. Yep, Sherry, you're absolutely correct. If you guys trade futures, you don't have to worry about spreads, okay? I don't trade futures right now. I'm trading my live Forex account, and I have to, unfortunately, look at spreads. This is a good job, Vinny, on oil. Wow. Did I buy or sell? I'm not in a trade right now, okay? And in a little bit, we're going to do US30 analysis. We'll get that out of the way. And then we'll do NASDAQ just before 9 a.m. And then after, we're going to transition into indices, getting ready for Wall Street soon, okay? Now, pay attention. Look at where it closed. Did it close above there? It didn't, okay? So it's still right here, which could be resistance and pushing it down. But right now, it's still holding. Okay, this is another impulse break where it could try and fill that wick, try and fill that wick, try and fill that wick. This is a strong candle because remember we measured the zone. These are 70 pips coming right back up, right up there. That's 70 pips. Hit that 9 EMA, okay? So if you're in buys on this leg up, that could be your daily goal. You guys might be done for the day. Like that's a 160, almost 200 pip move, okay? Just on this leg back up. But you have to also understand you're counter trading. You're going against this heavy selling pressure. It could just come right up here. It could slam it right back down. So understand what I'm saying. If you're in profit, you should be taking trailing stop loss to a break even while taking some partial profit out, okay? If you're in on that, man, that's a beautiful candle. I wish I was in on that candle. I'm not, okay? So everyone asks me, well, why are you not in it? I'm not in it. So that's why. Someone will say, well, Ron, buy now. And again, I don't buy the highest points. I'm not a FOMO trader. I'm not fear of missing out on anything because I can see we're trading 50, 100 pip candles every single candle. So I'm not missing out on anything. And maybe we'll catch another one at another time. Okay, you guys got to understand that too. We're not missing out on anything. The only thing you're missing out in is buying the highest point, and that's where it could sellers sell you down and you're in drawdown. And it might come right deeper down to a discount where you could have been scratching your head and buying down in here where there's buyers waiting down in here. That's up to you. You guys figure out your style of trading. It's not my style to just buy highs and sell lows. And this is why I don't trade with the woulda, shoulda, couldas, okay? That's why I measure. Came up 70 pips. If you don't do anything, look at they've rejected it back down, and you can piss away literally 70 pips, okay? So don't be scared if you take out money. I never seen a trader lose taking out money. Two more minutes to go into the close. Will they close it above this entire big green daily zone? Okay, so at least we got good support. There's good buyers coming in. Val, good morning, welcome. Now a Fibonacci tool? Okay, if you want to use your Fib tool, what I would do is I would measure kind of where they pinned it down right here. You can see it's bearish, 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 and it kind of stopped right there. So you can maybe figure out this retracement, how high it can go. Grab your Fibonacci tool. I would do it from that wick right there. Swing high, pull it down to that swing low right there. Let's make sure we have the correct. So the first one should be 236. So I see I got to reverse my function. Reverse it. Okay. So the first pullback right there, 236, is right there. Next one it's coming up to is the 382, right there, that black line. And then there's the 0.5 is right at our white line. And then there's your 618 right there, right below our big red zone. So if this is, if you're in buys and it's retracing up all the way back up right there, there's 0.5, there it is. That's where it could push right back down. Okay. So if I was in this leg coming up and I was in buys, definitely consider doing something right there or right there. Because if we're going by the Fibonacci, this is where it's coming down, could come right back up, and it could be another leg coming right back down. Okay? That's according to the Fib tool. So you see how I plotted it? From right there, from 630, that high, starting this leg coming all the way down to right there, 7 a.m., 30 minutes, 6:30 to 7 a.m., and swing high to swing low. Now it gave me my premium areas to continue to sell it down. Also, if I'm a buyer counter trading the move, where to be taking some profit out of the market and not to get greedy. Okay, so what happened now is we closed out of this consolidated zone right in here, this block, closed above, impulsively broke there, ignited, continued to push, maybe fill that wick and get right up to, that red line is representing 50% of that big bearish candle at 650. Okay, that's about 80, 90 pips, could be 100, even more, okay? So these zones are getting ridiculous. Is there anyone in buys? Remember when I was asking you guys, if you guys said bullish, you guys are correct. It is moving bullish. You guys are correct. And we're moving into 7:30 coming in the next 4 minutes. So you can also look at the 30-minute candles. We got that big 30-minute drop at 6:30. They continued it at 7 a.m. where it came down, but made that higher low right up by the lowest point of the day. So they're protecting it. So it's coming right back up, came all the way up there. And look, now they're slamming it back down. So where's this 30-minute candle going to close in the next 3 minutes? I like to watch it on the 5s. Okay, so are they pinning it down right there? And then it's going to start maybe next leg coming back down. Let's get ready, guys. Remember, the trend is bearish. So if we want to continue trading with the trend, we should be looking for sells. However, the buyers are building a little bit of momentum. Okay. So I'm waiting for this candle to close. I know it's a lovely shooting star candle coming down, but it could just come down, get a wick, and go right back up. Okay. Unless you want to go in on this candle, let's see where if we can wait for it to close. Might be a bearish shooting star engulfing, and then maybe we'll start a next leg coming back down. Okay, but now we figured out the neckline. You see where now the buyers and sellers are fighting, jockeying for a position right up here at the top of this green box, 4,042. That's a technical area. Okay, so you see how it goes up and then an elevator coming right back down. That's why I try to, guys, I'm verbally telling you guys, don't get greedy. You're counter trading. There it is. This bar can engulf all of those. If you were up 150, 200 pips, one single bar can just boom. That's how fast these markets are. That's why I'm telling you guys, don't get greedy. Get your money, pip and dip. These are rules we have at SST. I'm going to get that tattooed on my forehead for you guys. Pip and dip. I've adhered to that rule since I was a little kid. There's nothing wrong with getting your money and get out. Why do we have a problem with this in trading? We have no problem going to work every day, getting our paycheck and going, dipping out and going right back home, but we can't do it in the markets because we're too greedy, because we think we're going to become millionaires in a day. Have rules. Otherwise, you're just an undisciplined trader and you're never going to figure it out. These sellers, if you grab some money, congrats. If these buyers, I salute you. You know, if you grab money, good for you. Even these sellers on this candle, pip and dip, because it could come right back up right at 730. This is a massive candle. It could close below the structure and then continue going down. Whew. Ruts, we're good mentors. We're telling most mistakes amateur traders does. I used to be, guys, I'm not targeting immature traders. I'm just saying don't be greedy in the markets, because what goes up can come down. Same with what goes down can go up, right? Realize some money. But yes, I agree. I've made a lot of these mistakes in the past. I was an immature trader myself. But over the years with experience, I've matured as a trader. That's why I don't play the woulda, shoulda, coulda game. I get in, get my money, get the fuck out of these markets. Sorry for using French. That's French Canadian speaking right there. We live in Canada, so parlez-vous français? We have a little bit of French Canadian in us. Whenever I'm swearing like that, that's the French Canadian. It's not the English Canadian, French Canadian. Okay, so it closed. Look at where it closed, back below that zone. So it could come back up. Where's my cut line? 50% of that bearish candle. It might get rejected and go back down. We might be taking out this wick and traveling down to the lowest point of the day. This yellow line is representing 50% exactly of this zone, and that's our lowest point of the day. Yeah, one candle gives 100 pips. I know, it's crazy. That's what I'm saying. A lot of you guys can hit your daily goal in less than 5 minutes. Get in and get out. Why is it so hard to understand this? Okay, so they rejected it. Okay, it's coming down. We might be able to continue selling down with this. Okay, so this is early in the 730 candle. Get ready, shooting star. Okay, so will it get one more wick to come back up, or are they just going to start to really push this thing down? Okay, so it's coming right now. Okay, I'm going to go in and sell. I like the shooting star. Just going to place my stop loss above 50% of that red line right there. I'm not even above this entire candle. I'm just right above there. Looking to see if we can push down with momentum on this candle to break that. I might get stopped out, okay? So I'm going to sell right now just to see if this will stabilize down here. I'm not giving it too much room to breathe because I want to go down with this initial candle. But then I see if I get stopped out, 730 is strong momentum. Buyers are strong. I'll verbally let you guys know as soon as I get stopped out. There's a little bit of a wick there. I'm going to sell to continue to push down and target this wick and maybe the lowest point of the day. However, buyers are still strong here, okay? And you see my stop loss is right there, right above 50%. I'm not placing my stop all the way up here. It's just right here, very tight. It's within that next candle. I know some of you guys are going to say it's a big stop loss, but technically it's not. I'm just going according to the next candle. I'm not high leveraged, not high risking. If I get stopped out, it's okay. I'll look for another trade, but I don't want to be part of that big bullish explosion if it goes right through here. I want to see if these sellers are real, holding it down. So far, they're holding it down. Let's see if we can get it back down to that opening balance and continue to break down, get it down here. So I'm still in the sell, holding. 2 more minutes to go. Tight stop. Really, we're going to see today's lowest point of the day. Is gold going to be strong, or is it really going to break down here? Okay, now it's testing exactly 50%. My stop is just above here. Still in it. There's still sellers offering there. I'm still in it. It would be nice if we can kind of flip that opening balance, but still holding strong volume, 4,020, with the buyers starting 730. I know it's a tight stop loss. Okay, I could be a little higher, but I don't want to give it any more room to breathe than that. That's more than enough. I just want to see if this first 5-minute candle is strong enough to hold this opening balance momentum down. 50 seconds to go into the close. Let's see who will close this out right near the ending. Okay, buyers might push it up, stop me out, then it starts bullish back again. Sellers might, continue to push this thing down. Maybe we'll get a bearish candle opening and start breaking down. Okay, still holding it, same drawdown, still part of the sell. I want to see if they can flip this opening balance in the last 23 seconds. It could, of course, be a double bottom, but, I'm trying to break that. I'm trying to continue to sell down and make lower lows. Okay, so here's the close in 5 seconds. Get ready for ignited bars when they open up. Okay, so it's bearish right below there. We're back like kind of trading right at that consolidated zone right here. So if we can reject this quickly, maybe we can come down this candle, maybe engulf it, but there's still buyers that could fill back up that wick. Then I'm going to get stopped out on this transaction. I'll get stopped out on this candle because it could easily fill that wick, and then that's it. I'm stopped out unless there's an equal high up there. However, I'm looking for a lower high right now and to push this thing down right now. It's a small, tiny doji candle. You can see how the volume has really kind of tapered off from what we have been seeing. Okay, so I would love a nice little lovely bear flag to continue to hold down here, start bidding down here, and then start to break down and test the lowest point of the day. But this is where all the buyers are holding this market up. So it's not easy to continue to sell into the lowest point of the day. Just trying to follow the trend. Lower lows, lower highs, looking for that new lower low. But the buyers are there. So I got to watch this, guys. This is the one that's going to technically maybe stop me out here. Still wick there. We got this spin top indecision here. Okay, so I'll verbally let you guys know. Very close to getting stopped out here. Remember, you guys can visually see where my stop is, but I'll let you guys know when I get stopped out. Because I don't want to have that expansion going all the way back up, right? If the sellers are here, they should be under this point of control, should be here holding it down, but this shows how strong the buyers are at this lowest point of the day. Okay, there I got stopped out, okay? So there was stopped out. That's it. Now I continue to watch, okay? So you can consider that an L. That's fine. No problems. But I'm going to continue trading, and I'll get my liquidity back, but got to continue watching. I don't like trading in this zone anyways. Even if I was buying, I don't like it either inside here unless we get some above. So you see how tight that stop loss was? I got triggered. And look at it, could go down in my favor. Now this is where the market plays games with you. It pisses you off, right? And then I want to go in and start, slamming it down right now, okay? But I'm going to wait for the body to close. Because sometimes when you go in now, you sell, and then they'll bring it right back up. They've already broken that high, and then you're going to start making yourself mad. So I'm going to wait for the body to close. And I told you guys, it was a very tight stop loss, just above 50% right there. I could have been above this entire candle up here, could have been above here, and still been in it right now. But that wasn't what I was looking for. Just a tight move, and look it. Stopped out, and could be going back right back in. I'm going to wait for the body to close. If you guys are still in, this is the bear flag that might be pushing down through here. That's the problem, guys, with trading with tight stops, okay? You might have the correct direction, but one little tight stop and then throws you off. That's why you can give it a little room to breathe. I'm on YouTube, and I know that you guys kind of do risky trading, so that's why I kind of alter my trading with you guys here. Because I know some of you guys are a little reckless at times. Lady Stone, I would love to be in with you right now. I wish I just gave it just a tad more room to breathe. I think this will break down. But, you know, we got to kind of break this low here. 30 seconds to go. Let's see if we can get that nice closure. That's a good bar. That's the bar I wanted. But I guess they wanted my stop loss. I'll give it to them. They can have my stop loss as long as you guys are winning. It's a very sensitive zone. You're absolutely correct. Here's the close. Below, bearish ignited candle. Let's see if we can get that, just that continuation drop right now. And start breaking. If it can break that wick, could be taking out that lowest point of the day. Wow. Okay. So it's a good move pushing down. Okay, I'm going to go in one more time. I like this bearish. And again, I'm going to keep my stop above there. This is going to be, I'm really testing this out to see if we can break this lowest point of the day. I really want this. I want this low break. There was the close below. Bearish ignited candle coming down. We attempted to break that last low. We got our bearish ignited head. Yes, it could come in here. And then if we do, we're trading into 50% right here. Man, this is the big test. Guys, I'm going low lot sizing, okay? I'm feeling out this market here to see if it will break down, okay? We've got a good wick. Let's see, let's redistribute to the downside. We've got a nice wick. Oh man, this would be a fantastic time to really break and flush the market down. Right now, I'm in low lot sizing, guys. Just understand that. I'm not leveraged, okay? Tight stops, even on low risk trades. I want this. I want to see if we can break this down. This would be a fantastic redistribution to the downside. Trap a lot of these long buyers on gold and break it down and attack their stop losses. Okay, sorry I didn't measure the move down here, but if it kind of comes down to that yellow line, that's roughly 100 pips down to the lowest point of the day there. All we got to kind of do is break this. We got good 30-minute volume right now. We got a nice candle to continue to break and start dropping down in here. We've got good 30-minute momentum. 3 minutes to go. Let's see. No, it's not a revenge trade. This is why I don't like trading on YouTube. There's nothing revenge about this. I just want to continue to trade with that momentum. I should have been in this, you know, with regardless getting stopped out there. Man, this, if we can break this red line, 4,014 would be a significant break. Even if it fills right down to there, that would be something else. But remember, guys, what I always tell you, equal bottom lows, those tweezer bottom lows could reverse the market back up, okay? So we got to break. 2 more minutes to go. Maybe we can actually close with some bear volume below that red line. Maybe continue using this as ongoing resistance if we can close below there. It's set up perfect to drop, okay? But these buyers might have something to say. Just want to move down. Lower low, a lower high, right there. Like if we can break right there, maybe get a new lower low right there. That's perfectly fine right down in there. And then that's where it could rotate back up, you know, and then test this. And then maybe go back up, or comes in here and then start that next one, pushing down. So got that spin top candle, the indecision. 1 more minute to go. This is kind of a consolidating zone as well. Bearish, bullish, bearish. Could come back in bullish in here. Flag, right? I'm hoping it's a bear flag to continue to break down. Is it going to be an explosion to the upside? We'll see. I'll get out of the way if there's an explosion to the upside. It would be nice to see an explosion to the downside. Regardless, there's going to be an explosion. Gold is going to explode, either to the upside or to the downside. But it is holding good support down here, okay? So there is good support there. As the candle closed, so it got that ignited, open, close, okay? That's it. I'm going to close the trade. Yeah, you're right. It's going to explode to the upside. I'm out, okay? I don't want. I'm gonna wait now for bigger moves to come, okay? Tried a little bit of scalping some individual candles, not working down in here. I'm going to continue to wait off. Tested this shit out. It's not, you know, I'm going to wait, okay? Bigger zones right here. Let's wait it out. Let's wait for some bigger moves. I still think it's going to break down, but you guys maybe assume I'm a revenge trading, so I don't, you know, you guys really don't know how I trade. Because I just don't want to say how I trade this stuff. Because you guys think it's revenge trading, but, so that's why I'm going to cool off right now. Because I like, man, that's why I enjoy trading myself. So there's good support holding right here. You can even see the bodies right there. Okay, so for you guys that are saying double bottom, okay, you're correct. One bottom neckline right here, second bottom coming back up. Okay, so that's what we're looking for buys. That's what you're looking. But for the sellers, this could be an elevator coming down. Just can't get that push, that close below there. So now you can see where it's kind of accumulating. Right in here, in that little supporting zone right in here. So the explosion to the upside would be breaking out of here, getting the closure back above here, and then starting back up this way, okay? Still going against a heavy daily candle right behind us. Still, if you're going in buys, you're still counter trading, right? But let's see if we can get a closure above, breaking this trend. We're going to get the explosion coming in COMEX. That's in 30 minutes from now. See, at some point, you know, it's hard to continue trading with the trend, especially when you're at the lowest point of the day. You see, I tried to continue to trade with the trend, and the lowest point of the day is holding, okay? So again, I didn't over leverage, okay? So that's why I can continue to watch. I can pick up those two trades, no problem, with the next candle, right? But I don't want to just go now opposite side and negate everything that I was looking at sell side just because now I want to buy. I got to see buyers confirm to me that they're strong. This is still coming up, but it's still, you know, technically trading below 50% here. So it could just come up and then they slam it right back down. I'd like to see if it's strong, it needs to at least close kind of back above here. Okay, we're still even below 50% of that. Yes, it's nice big bullish candles, but are they closing with any conviction? I don't see anything as of yet. Okay, this candle now is closing. That one is convincing, closed strong right by that trend line. But now we got to see a continuation come all the way back up here, because that still could be sellers bringing it right back down. I'm going to hold off now. Just continue to watch. Just open up my zones. Just clean up, tidy up this chart. I want to watch this level more accurately. This is where we're going to play ping pong. And it's a zone where you can play ping pong and you can get 50, 100 pips on any candle, okay? But this is the bigger move I want everyone to see. This is the big double bottom I want everyone to see, and the neckline right there, coming back down, okay? So there it is. So traditionally, here's the second leg. We should see an explosion to the upside, like you guys are saying. This is the second leg. Second leg traditionally has that explosive volume. So we should see it technically have an impulse breaking out. We should technically see it maybe pushing up, closing above there, flipping this, retesting that, and going all the way up there. That's what we should see as buyers, okay? But sellers are still holding 50% down right here, okay? And it could be that drop continue pushing down. But if you want to sit there and play with this, you're welcome to. You see, I was trying bar by bar. If I increase my stop loss, give it more room to breathe, I'd still be in this trade. But I know that there's some reckless traders out there that don't understand that. And I know how the volume is trading on gold. So that's why I'm getting out of the way. Now, see, the sellers are bringing it right back down. So as a buyer, did you guys grab some money, counter trading up there? Because the sellers are pushing it right back down. Now we're revisiting this green box where there was a wick there, a wick there, wick there, and a wick there, and a wick there. So we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wicks inside here. This could be a sixth one coming back in. But if the sellers push it through here and close it below there, the zone could get inverted and then the big drop at the daily lowest point of the day. However, buyers are still holding it with a higher low wick. Okay, so still holding, maintaining here. Buyers have still holding it in here. Sellers are trying. This candle is going to close in 2 minutes. Will it be a bearish engulfing candle? Will it just come down, get a wick, and flip back up? Will the buyers be able to close it above here? Then maybe we'll advance back to test up here and maybe break out more bullish. Okay. And just like measuring from like right here to here, if you're trading, either you're buying or selling, that's 100 pips, guys. Like, you know, just if you were in that blue candle, it went up 100 pips. If you're in this black candle, it came down 100 pips. That's how crazy the volume is right now. Normally, like when we're trading this on a normal day, this is like 20 pips. This blue candle is 20 pips. This black candle is coming down 20 pips. Now we're talking 100 pips. This is why a lot of beginner traders don't understand to lower your sizing. Chris, is there any other pair that's less volatile? The markets are just in general in very volatile right now. Let's look at US30 and NASDAQ right now. Like, look at these drops on NASDAQ 5-minute candles. Let's just measure one of these. That's a 30 pip drop on NASDAQ. Let's see, like US30. Average one of these candles, right? What do we got here? Yeah, 35, 40, 50 pip candles across the board. The markets have a lot of volume, but if you are looking for a traditional, less volatile, stick with currency. Stick with currency. Euro USD, GBP USD, maybe S&P 500. That's my opinion, but everything globally is volatile right now. Kind of doesn't matter if you're trading oil, there's big moves. Everything is kind of trading 2 to 3 times more volume than it normally does. Okay, so that's a bearish engulfing candle. They've engulfed those previous buyers. So now sellers are trying to advance it back down into here while buyers are still holding it here. So again, you're going to get a little tug of war here. Is it going to come back up? Are we going to be barcoding? This entire zone is all consolidated here. And I want you guys to understand my bias is bearish on gold, right? It's just having a difficult time breaking through here. You guys saw I tried on 2 sells, but I got out of the way. I would love to be still in this, believe me. But if I, like, if I go in, everyone's going to say, oh, Ron, you're revenge trading. You're revenge trading. It's not really revenge trading. Like, if I really wanted to place my stop loss where I wanted it, I would be in this. I wouldn't be stopped out. But I trade different when I'm on YouTube with you guys because I know some of you guys just don't understand risk management. So I told you, very, very tight. I was just above 50% of the previous bar. And it looks like it's a lot because of the volume. But on any other day, I don't know how to explain this, guys. It's very difficult to explain. One day you'll understand and you'll say, I know exactly what that guy was talking about. One day will come. But I look out for you guys more than I look out for my account when I'm trading with you guys. But if you ask me my honest opinion, I'm bearish on this. But it takes time to break the lowest point of the day. It's not easy. How much is my balance? Which account? Okay, because this is where if you want to ask financials, which account are you talking about? I have a separate stock and options account. I've got a separate Forex account. I've got a little swing trading account. I got this and that. Each account is 7 figures. If that for all those curious traders out there. If you need to know that information. I won't give you my social insurance number. I won't give you my ID and my PIN codes, okay? But each one of those accounts has over 7 figures that I've compounded for the past 25 plus years. A lot of hard work, a lot of lessons, a lot of learning. A lot of sacrifices. One day you guys will get there as well, but it takes hard work. It wasn't done overnight. Over 20 plus years, so it's a lot of hard work. You guys know trading is hard work. It's not easy. Okay, wow. How many times have we transacted in here? So if this zone continues to hold up, yes, we could be rebalancing back to the upside. And then that's where maybe we got to shift focus to buy side. But again, it came in there bearish, bearish, bearish. Look at it's holding that previous low. 7 a.m. low is still holding here. Yeah, Chris, you're absolutely correct. Even if you had $1 million in your account, 1%, I know it's 1%, but 1% is $1,000, you know? Still a lot of money, but it's 1% of like 1 million, you know? So that's why I talk in percentages. I don't talk in dollars, okay? Doesn't matter. If someone makes $1,000, are they trading with a $1 million account, they made 1%, or are they trading with a $1,000 account and they just doubled it? Like it's different context. Percentages, pips, ticks, points is the language of trading. Get to know that language. Okay, so buyers are here. They're proving to us. We're barcoding bullish, bearish, bullish. Yes, we could maybe buy out of this area, okay? Definitely. But, you know, do we just want to buy a candle that's coming up? Because then they could push it right back down. Do we want to wait for volume to close maybe above here, 4,031.32, maybe to continue, okay? It's building its way back up. So it's still holding here. So sellers have not convincingly broke it down below here to close it below. They're getting down here, they're transacting, but every time they get down here, big buyers are here. The market is protecting 4,000 on gold. Maybe Colmex might break it. Maybe Colmex, we start moving real bullish. Because remember, both sides are accumulating here. Both sides are accumulating. Buyers and sellers, okay? It's frustrating for both sides. Remember, you're not the only one that's maybe getting frustrated. Even buyers, if you're buying, that's a frustrating bearish candle coming down. That's a very frustrating candle. Maybe you got stopped out. Even for sellers, you know, when this candle's selling right there, that's frustration too when it comes up like that. Sellers right there, advancing it down there. This is frustrating for sellers as well. So you're not the only one in here that's getting angry, getting upset, this, that. You're not the only one. There's millions and billions of traders. But right now we got to understand the bigger picture. What is the market doing? It's accumulating for a specific reason. It's either buyers are accumulating to break it out to the upside, and sellers are accumulating to maybe break the lowest point of the day and continue dropping this thing. However, right now, buyers are holding it, okay? So maybe now I got to shift my focus from sell side to maybe buy side. But do you just want to buy now an impulse candle that could or would break out? Or do we wait for volume to close above? And if you're measuring zones like this, if you're in a buy, again, when you revisit this red zone, you might be going up 100 pips, but you got to understand you might trade in here again. That's where sellers are showing us they were there, and they were there. It could come up there, you're up 100, 150 pips, and then it gets a wick back down. So you still got to understand too, if you're in buys, what to do in here as well. That's where you could take your stop loss, go to break even, scale out maybe a little bit, or hold your trade and watch, see, will you get advance, higher high, closing volume above, can you flip that zone? Oh. Sorry, yeah, but you're right. 1% is 10,000 on the 1 million. Sorry, I thought we were talking 100,000. My bad. Okay, guys. So now, I'm just gonna let you guys know ahead of time. My next trade is gonna be a little bit more. I'm going to give it more room to breathe, okay? I'm not going to go as tight as I was just those last two. That was to feel out the market, see what's going on. I tell you guys, I like to feel out the market. I buy the market makers a coffee, just like how Cash buys me a coffee every day here. I appreciate that. I buy them a coffee, and then it's time to come back and maybe eat some pancakes, okay? So I see. I was trying to sell down there. I see buyers are convincing down there. So let's see now on the redistribution of the volume, will they be able to take out this high, transacting in here? This is that explosion we're talking about coming up with the second leg, has the more powerful volume. Let's see maybe if the buyers can convince us if they can close. Maybe we can figure out a point of control of this candle. It's now 8 a.m. So we have a new hourly candle opening up right now. We can revisit our hourly candle. This is showing the lowest point on that 1 hour I was looking for sells, but now it's showing me holding strong, protecting the lowest point of the day. We got a nice strong bullish candle. It just opened now, 5 minutes. Okay, so this is the closing right now. 1 more minute. Again, we're transacting right back in that red zone. Will it close above? Will we be able to flip this? Lots of work to continue to do here. Can we figure out where 50% of this closing volume is? This is now an appropriate double bottom. Now we're starting to bounce off the bottom, coming into the resistance. We're not just trading inside this consolidated area right here. There's unbelievable volume in the markets. It's unbelievable, guys. Like this candle alone, it's almost 200 pips. The volume is unbelievable. There's the close. Cut line, 50%. Okay. Did it close above the red box? No. So now we're transacting in the red zone. Okay. Can they break it above there? Potentially. Is it going to come back down, pull back down to maybe 50% or to the opening balance of this candle? We got to see. Okay. You could also find the point of control, that big bullish candle if you like. Opening balance. There's the closing. Okay, 50%. I was a little off. Let me just correct it right there. And then if you want to find the point of control, that bullish candle, it's right there. Okay, so it already just retested the top of it. Okay, so you see how it's flagging right now? At the top of the point of control of that big bullish candle, still having a difficult time breaking through this resistance right now, okay? And we are also, what do we got? 13 minutes away from COMEX market open as well, guys. So keep that in mind. If you're going to take any trades or you are in a trade, because we're going to get already this extreme volume, we're going to get some more crazy volume coming into gold very, very, very soon. Okay. So beautiful retest, coming right back up, bullish pin bar. Can it continue to fill this way? And remember, guys, this white line is an hourly point of interest. If it gets up to 4,050, 51 up there, that's an important area. Can you sell now? You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. Just use proper risk management. That's all I'm saying. You can sell, you can buy, you can sell and buy. Just use proper risk management. Do what you need to do. Okay, so this red zone is still holding up. You know, buyers are, you know, really strong, but you see the difficulty of breaking this area. Okay, so that blue candle went up 200 pips. And again, I'm going to mention it. If you don't do anything, if you want 400, 600, 800, 1,000 pips, look at what the market comes right down and comes all the way down. Easy come, easy go. These markets are wild, okay? Whether you like this or not, if this is not for you, don't be trading this stuff, okay? I'm telling you, don't be trading this. So many people bought the high up there. Well, just calculate how much drawdown they're in. That's 175 pips of drawdown. For some traders, that could be a blown account right there. That point of control now is still bearish. Buyers did not, they retested it, but if you wait for the 5-minute candle to close, sellers are still there. And we're still, it's just in this range. To me, this is, if this was any other day, let's say these candles were the same candles, just half the size, okay? Because I know the volume is a little extreme right now. So it's a little deceiving. But I would be saying, guys, we're in a area of supply, we're in an area of demand. It's just accumulating again. Just coming down, big moves, going back up, like it coming just right back up, came back down. There was that double bottom right there. Where was the breakout? Wasn't there. Sellers brought right back down. So are the buyers holding it now? Going to come back up like this? Or is it going to revisit this and take out that lowest point of the day? Right now, you see the bar coding right prior to COMEX. Blue, black, coming back up blue. This is a lot of indecision. I told you, it's frustrating for buyers and it's frustrating for sellers. But the frustration, if you're using proper risk management, you shouldn't be frustrated right now, okay? I understand the frustration if you're over leveraged or you're looking for a bigger move. I wouldn't be frustrated if I bought that blue candle and I was up 200 pips. I would have taken out 80%, been at a break even. I wouldn't be frustrated with that bearish candle. Would have got at least 150 pips, been out too, you know? So the frustration is on you if you're over leveraged. I told you, I took those 2 L's, tight stop losses. I went very insignificant. You guys might think, oh man, this guy blew up his account. No, I can recover what I just lost in one candle. If whether you believe me or not, it's not up to me to prove anything to you guys. But I want you guys to understand there is some traders that use proper risk management when they're trading. I know it's crazy to see these days, but there is some that use risk management. COMEX will open this up? Absolutely. It will. Maybe this has been accumulating since when? Since 650 to 820. You got almost an hour and a half, 2 hours of accumulation. Yeah, it's accumulated for a reason. They'll probably break it to the upside or continue to bring this thing down to the downside. There could be some extreme volatility. Definitely will be, but you got to be prepared for it, okay? So we're about 6-7 minutes away, and look at it. It's accumulating here. Bullish, bearish, bullish. Just gonna get rid of this now. Just hold support right here. Like this is where they decided to trap the volume now. And if you just measure, if you're trading inside here, it's 100, I would say 130 pips. 130 going up, 130 going down, maybe another 130 coming back up. This is literally a scalper's paradise on individual candles. And I love trading individual candles. I hate to say it, but Tokyo is trading much better than New York. I hate to say that. And just a reminder, like even if we move up bullish, right? Coming out of here will be a big move, but just notice how much still bearish volume there is in today's daily candle, okay? So just understand, all buys today are counter trading, okay? But with gold, it's a different beast. Could just go right back up to, who knows, to all-time highs before we know it, okay? Gold is a different security. Good question. How did I become a scalper? I used to start off by being a swing trader when I first started trading. And I was going into profit for holding for 100, 200, 300 pips, 5% trading stocks. And I would hold it and get greedy. And all of a sudden it would just come right back down to break even. Sometimes I would just hit my stop loss. I wouldn't even be able to break even. And then I would add up over the days, over the weeks, how much money I left, which could have, been really good money, and just watch it evaporate and not do anything. And then I'm like, okay, let me just go down intraday. Let me just go down from intraday, go down to 15 minutes, go down to 5 minutes, fall in love with 1 minute. Because 1 minute is very easy. You get in and you get out. You get in and you get out. You get in and you get out. Yes, you might get in, you get stopped out. Next one, you get in and you make some money. And it just makes decisions really easy. I hate holding trades and waiting for it to either hit my full TP or my stop loss and just waiting and watching profit, back down to break even, drawdown, back up profit, break it. I like to go into a trade, know exactly what's going on, either it's a win, L, or break even, and then continue to refocus. That's how my brain operates. I learned that myself. That's why we don't stress you out what type of trader you want to become. You figure it out. You can either become a scalper, you have to have that mindset. You can become an intraday trader. Perfect. Have that mindset. You're not holding positions overnight. You got to understand, and market close, if you're in an L, you're out. If you're in a win, you're out. You can't just say, oh, now I'm going to change. No. If you're a swing trader, then you're holding multiple days. But you can be the best of all worlds. You can be a scalper. You can be a swing trader. I also have a swing trading account that I hold securities, but it's for swing trading. Like, I'm not focused on the dated, like the hourly moves or the 5 minutes. One account is scalping, one account is swing trading. When I trade the swing trading account, I got a swing trading mindset. Bigger stop loss, bigger profit targets, holding for multiple days. But there's got to be something fundamentally why I'm choosing to swing trade a position. What's going on? Why do you want to buy and hold something? Why do you want to sell and hold something? But, okay, guys, we got to focus. 2 more minutes now going into COMEX. Right now, we could get that. Buyers are building it up, so get ready. There could be that explosive move where they redistribute to the upside, and all stop losses could get hit up here for sellers. They could do some market manipulation, right? Show us that it's going up, and then they just bring it right back down. We've seen that multiple weeks with gold in COMEX. We've seen strong moves going up, and then they open it bearish ignited and just bring it right back down. We've seen that before, okay? Again, if you don't want to trade right at the COMEX market open, wait 1 minute, wait 5 minutes, wait till 8:30. You don't need to trade right away unless you see something that you like. Like if volume closes above, pulls back, and you like that, yes, that's a different story. Or if you like how it's building going into COMEX, you like the open, and you see something that triggers your eye, go for it. All I'm saying is just have the right risk management. You're seeing average 5-minute candles are 7,500, 125 pips. So if you think you're going to do it with a 10, 20, 30 pip stop loss, you'll probably get slipped up or stopped out. But how many times have we also traded in this red zone? There it came in, back down. 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 There it just came in, and there's a wick. 20 seconds to go into COMEX, okay? Get ready, guys. Is it going to continue selling pressure? Will it pull back and go back up, or is it just going to break out of here? Get ready, guys. Here it is. Closing right here. Bearish ignited drop. That's what we've seen this multiple times. Now we got to see, will it pick up a higher low, or is this just going to continue coming down? Yeah, it's boxing between buyers and sellers, literally. Yep, buyers, sellers. 60 pip flash, that's all it takes. You know, that opened, ignited, and just dropped. That's a 100 pip drop, okay? So I'm telling you guys, these markets they're not normal right now. Like, these are crazy. If you were in that buy and you didn't do anything, I hate to say I would, you know, I don't want to talk like that. But it just inside this consolidated zone, it's like a double top right there. Look at it, there's the M pattern, and they opened it with COMEX with the heavy leg down. It could just continue to break down, come back into that green box, maybe take it out. Close below here, maybe we get the advancement back down. If the buyers are here, they're going to step in somewhere. They're going to buy this. Lee, I am using a quarter of the normal lot size. Yes, I'm telling you, you got to reduce risk. That's why when you guys were saying, Ron, you know, like, with that tight stop, I'm reduced my risk substantially, guys. Like, those stops didn't even fade me. Wanted to see what was happening down there. If I got what I was looking for, yes, I would have engaged in some moving with that momentum with bigger sizing. But right now, let's just focus. It opened, ignited, dropped right down there, supporting level. There's support there. It's coming back up, but we still have that opening bearish volume from COMEX market open. This is the first 2 minutes, okay? And sellers are continuing to bring this thing down. So you see how strong this supporting area, resistance area is up here? It's not breaking. Is it frustrating for buyers? Absolutely. It is, okay? But just like for sellers, every time it comes down here and not breaking, it's frustrating for sellers as well. Both sides are getting frustrated. Both sides are jabbing each other. Both sides are fighting each other here. It's in an accumulation phase. This entire area right here, if you want to open it up even more, I'm just trying to just show you the upper half right now, what's going on. Do you guys want to see financial juice? See if we have any news coming in? Maybe we'll see if we got any news coming in. Let's see here, guys. Lots of news coming out of Europe. Okay, so remember that came all the way down there. Got a wick coming right back up with a minute 20 to go into the close. Remember, it was that ignited bearish open that just dropped. So this is a hanging man candle. We'll see if it can flip, close strong, maybe then break to the upside. However, sellers are still here. You got to respect them. Still big bearish daily candle. Still, you know, consolidating down here, which could be redistributed down to the downside, okay? Yes, some of you guys saying even a 0.01 size is pretty big. Then if that's too large of a size, then don't be trading until volatility cools off. You don't need to force yourself to trade this stuff. Take the week off. Maybe things will stabilize next week. Will the volatility reduce? I don't know. As long as there's tension around the world, U.S. governments are still shut down, there's chaos everywhere, I can't say, I don't think volatility will cool off anytime soon. We just got to know it's here, and you got to adjust your risk as traders. If you fail to do that, then then whatever results come out of that, that's on us. Okay, so can we at least maybe cut the first 5 minute of COMEX? We have another 5 minute, and then we're going into 8:30. Normally, typically, we have some North American news at this time. We don't have anything regarding us today. We can look at the 30-minute candle as well. Okay, so remember, like even the 30-minute candles, they came down. Okay, they came down right there. Support, didn't break, came back up nicely. Right there, equal highs, and then they're flushing it back down. So if we lose this, 30-minute volume, and then next 30 minutes could come back down and attempt to break this green box and get down to that low of the day. Okay, even the 30 minutes are not really moving anywhere. They came down, they slowly came right back up, and then it's getting rejected back down, but it's still holding a little bit of blue volume that the next 30 minutes could fill that wick and then break out of there. However, two big rejections could open bearish in the next 30 minutes and come back down. So this is the first bottom on the 30 minutes. Came down, back up. This is the neckline now. Okay, will it come back down for a second 30-minute bottom and then maybe accumulate for Wall Street and then break out during Wall Street? Maybe. I don't know. I watch it on the 5 minutes here, and the 5 minutes are just playing ping pong inside here. Just like here, they were playing ping pong. They came back up. Now it's bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish, bullish. Higher lows, lower highs. So we're in this right now. This little pennant formation. Closing in 3 minutes, going into 8:30. But a lot of built-up pressure to break out bullish. Okay, we can clearly see there's a lot of built-up pressure. It would be nice to see a bullish candle break out of here, even impulse. I would love to see it breaking out of here, creating new higher highs. Again, it came right in there, and they've rejected it back down. Believe me, guys, lowering risk is the most important thing right now. It's the most important thing in trading right now. Lowering your risk. Like, ask yourself, if you go into 100 pips of drawdown, calculate it. If you're down $5, $10, $50, $100, $1,000, $10,000, how are you going to react if that happens? If you go down 100 pips in drawdown, calculate your sizing right now and ask yourself, will that ruin you for the day? Will it ruin all of your profits for last week? Or are you going to be okay with it? If you're okay with it and you put a thumbs up, then you're okay with it. When I took those 2 trades, I was okay with each one of those individual ones, okay? And I'm ready to look for another trade. Told you guys, I wasn't fazed by that. I was just feeling out the market to see if the buyers were strong down here, if the sellers were going to break that low of the day. You got to understand that. Part of trading is adapting to the markets, adapting to the volume, figuring out what's going on. You don't have to use a cookie cutter approach to trading and just use the same. Like, this is why this thing is not the greatest thing to use. This tool, like when you're buying, this one-to-one. It's just measuring one-to-one. It's not really factoring in the type of volatility we're having. So you got to factor it in yourself. These are abnormally large candles. This candle, this bullish candle from the open to the highest is 150 pips right now, and it still hasn't even closed. This is where markets are getting a little crazy. So when I say I'm trading with a really tight stop loss, just below, you can see I'm not even putting my stop loss below here. I'm going to start to do that now when I start trading. So I'm opening up my stop loss now. It's no more Mickey Mouse trading with these tight stops now. Now I'm going to give it room to breathe, but I'm lowering all of my sizing to make up for that. If you guys don't understand that, it's very difficult for me to explain it live. And I know you guys got some work to do. For those of you guys that understand, perfect. But here we go into 8:30. So we got bullish candle. Again, trading in that red zone, closing maybe engulfed above all of this. 50% if it has to pull back. There it is. Okay, so close right at the high. There's like no wick. So as soon as it could be a shallow pullback, this thing could just break out bullish. Now it's coming down a little bit. Okay, so if we're going to look for buys, this is what we want to look for. Are we going to get a higher low? And as soon as it breaks, there's no wicks to fill. We could fill right up to that white line. Okay, look at it. Look to the left. There's nothing. Okay, so now it's a bearish candle coming down. So get ready, guys. I might, if it comes back up here, I might take this as an impulse trade buy to fill right up to that white wick. There it is. Okay, so it flipped to the opening balance. It's trading in this red zone still. Okay, it's still in that red zone. You can still see it's got the black body. Can you see it? Hopefully you guys can see it. Because it's still kind of transacting in there. This is representing the new 8:30 candle. This is a bigger one. Okay, so this is a 30-minute candle now. So still bearish inside here. Okay, there was the pop. I missed it. I missed the pop, and it's probably going to fill now to that white line. I missed it. So now I got to wait for it maybe to come back down and get a proper fill at discounted, or else I got to buy that high. You see how quickly you had to react and be in it? I didn't get in it. And it could technically fill up to that white line. I'm not in. So I got to see now, maybe will it pull back? Will it refuel itself to continue to go? Will this, if I didn't get in, can I wait for this bar to close above? Will I be able to flip this red zone green for the time being? So I missed out. I missed out on it, right? The trade went without me. So do I want to chase it now? Maybe you can if you want. It's up to you. That's exactly what I was looking for, but I should have just hit the button and not just talk here, okay? If it fills up to that white line, you're looking for about 60 to 70 pips up there, okay? Right now, that body, you could be at a break even right now. That's the impulse break. There's nothing behind. It's just filling right back up to that, that hourly white line, that resistance, 4,050 right in there, okay? If we're not in, let's see if we can wait for volume to close. Did I take the trade? No, dude. Like, it's so difficult to do this shit live. I don't know why. Yes, guys. Norman, you have to factor in slippage. That's another thing, guys. You gotta understand your broker, your prop firm, whatever you're trading. This is not normal volume. So when you get into a buy, you gotta factor in slippage, spreads if you're trading with spreads. Like, you gotta know these things. I don't know what broker. I know the slippage, the spreads. I know how I get filled trading with future markets. I've traded with them for a long time. So I know these things. This is part of your job to know these things. Okay? I can't help how you get filled. I'm not a broker here. I would love to be, but I'm not. Okay? If you're getting shitty fills, then don't be trading right now. Okay? It's not rocket science. Here's the close. So if we actually close above here, 5 more seconds, I'm going to flip this red zone green. We haven't flipped this zone green in a long time. This might be the first bar closing above, okay? So it opened ignited as well. Will it come back down and pull back in here? It's an ignited open, right? Sometimes, but the size of the wick always matters, but with this today's volume, it could easily fill these wicks, no problem. I normally look for a very short wick when I have an ignited open to pop and then go right up. But, you know, so with today's volume, it could definitely fill that. But that white line is that hourly resistance we got to watch for. If we haven't got in, then you got to sit back and relax, and you got to wait for either a pullback into 50% of this zone, 4,042, or you got to wait for a pullback at kind of 50% of that bullish candle right down in there, if you want to wait patiently. We haven't kind of pulled back into here yet, okay? Yes, it could go up without us. That's fine. But it could also come back down, go up, and then come back down at a later time, and then we go back in, right? So you got to make that decision. Now the buyers are redistributing some volume to the upside. All of this accumulation is redistributing, okay? So far, who won this war? Buyers, okay? Because they did officially close above there. If the sellers officially closed below there, the sellers would have won that war. So we got to give the benefit of the doubt to the buyers. But remember when we first started, we placed that Fibonacci retracement tool from this high to that low. And this is trading like right around 50% of that entire move. And then that 618 is right up there at 4,062. So you've got to keep in mind, watch those areas too, if you're in buys. And just remember that bar opened ignited bullish. Okay, has it broke? No. Came down, filled back up, came down, filled back up. Has it broke that high? Not yet. Exactly 4,050. Okay. Diku, you can't trade with your account is small. I understand. It's not easy with a small account, but you could also learn how to trade as well. And then if you're trading with your own money, I know you're saying $50, but maybe buy a 90% discounted prop firm for $20 and try and beat that, and then you can be funded and have maybe up to trade a $50,000 prop firm, right? And be allowed to trade with larger sizing. Yeah, what is it, Rob? An Apex 50K account is $35? So I'm just going to set an alert in here because we might be moving off to do some US30 analysis and NASDAQ very soon. So I just want to know if it pulls back inside here. So big wick now is developing on the daily candle, coming right back up, but we still have big bearish volume. Okay, and this yellow line up here is 50% point of interest from the European 4-hour candle. If you look at the 4-hour candles, this is the big wick coming right back up, where they protected that lowest point of the day. There's the higher low coming back up. Okay, so this now hourly candle is closing at 1 hour and 20 minutes. Still have it with some bearish volume, but could easily come back up. Maybe we'll flip in New York and it turns out bullish. However, this bearish volume could continue to come down and ride down this wick. That's why we've got to continue to watch what it does at these areas of interest right here, like this top right here, this hourly top, this bigger red zone up here. Again, now we're in a little bit of flag, red line right here, top of the green box, where we might see some ongoing accumulation again. This could be the bullish flag that's ready to continue to break to the upside, right? And I've been waiting to buy a pullback. There's been no discounted pullbacks coming in this green zone. So this is where a lot of traders, get flustered and then they just give up on waiting for pullbacks and then just continue buying the highs. If that's what you want to do, try it. Just try it with a demo account. Just see how it works. Analyze it, okay? I'm trying to wait for a discounted pullback here. Will the market come down there? I don't know, right? That's why you got to be patient and you got to be disciplined. Otherwise, test out buying the highs and see what happens. Sometimes the best lessons are the lessons you learn yourself. Unless you believe that it's going to just, continue building and break out of here. I can see every time it comes down, it's picking up the higher low. So it could definitely continue to trade up here and just continue breaking out. Definitely could. And I also want to make this clear. Even if it gives us a pullback and comes back into this green zone, right? And we look for, let's say, a buy at this red line, that doesn't mean it's just going to go up and do this. We might get in a buy and then it comes right up here and then they push it right back down and then, could be going down bearish again. Just waiting for a discounted buy doesn't guarantee success in trading. Still got to trade it, look for a discounted buy, but also place your stop loss accordingly. And if the market goes back down, then it's going for a deeper discounted buy. Deeper in the depth of market. So do you want to continue holding in drawdown or do you want to just get out of it and then reposition yourself? That's up to you. I just want you guys to understand where we're trading at, the bigger picture. So remember this big push down where this candle got pushed down and then we started right there. That was 6:30 coming down into 7 a.m. So with that Fibonacci tool, what I just want you guys to recognize for anyone that's in buys or anyone looking to sell, from that wick up there, coming down to right down to that previous wick. You see we're trading at the 0.5 of this entire leg down. Okay, so it's coming back up slowly, coming back up slowly. This could be, the staircase coming back up, and then they might elevator this down. That could very well happen. Okay, but if it breaks that 0.5, that's this 50%, the psychological midpoint. The 618 is right up there. There it is, right more by my daily point of interest and the bigger red zone. So, the buyers could continue to advance it out of here, but that's going to show the true indication of what really is going on today, right in here. If the sellers push it down there, or if the buyers flip this, then you can see that this daily candle could start to continue to push up and be bullish. But that's where the big activity is going to be, inside here. 4,060 to 4,065, I would say. That's just my analysis. Take what you want with that. Vinita, we'll do US30, guys. We'll do it. We'll do it. I'll need 5-7 minutes on each one of those securities, and we'll do a top-down analysis. We're going to continue with our normal, what we do here every day. Nothing's going to change. Just gold is so interesting as of late. Like, I'm more intrigued by gold lately than anything. I'm trading more gold than I am US30 these days. My own personal trading. Okay, so it came back up. Bearish candle coming back down. Again, we might be going through this where it goes bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish, and we figure out, again, what's going on in here. And then we're in this now parallel channel on the 5 minutes. You can grab your channel, kind of like right here, position it maybe at those bodies, kind of like right in there. Okay, you see the channel we're in now? We kind of came down right in here, that zone, back down, bottom of that zone channel, came back up inside here, back down, came back. We're at the now just trading again above the dotted line, the psychological midpoint of this channel. We're above our green box still, so it could continue to build its way and break out of here to the top of the channel, and then there's where, you know, that 4,060, 65 area is. The sellers could continue to break this thing back down and get it below here. If it closes below there, that green zone will turn red, and then we might be breaking down, right? And then we look again for sells, continuing with the daily selling pressure. Like, buyers did their nice job bringing it all the way back up here, but now sellers could start bringing it right back down. This volume, guys, I'm going to be honest, okay? And a lot of times I'm very honest, but this is me being really, really 110% honest with you guys. I love live trading. Believe me, I do. But this type of volume throws a lot of traders off, okay? And it throws me off too as well, because I really want to trade this shit and I want to scalp the shit out of this. But I understand that there's some traders that have really bad spreads, have really bad fills, have slippage, can't even trade this. So it's like kind of no point in trading this. You know, it's very difficult. And when I go into a trade, even when I'm trading with the tightest of the tightest stop losses, people think I'm over leveraged or think it's a big stop loss. So it's very, very, very difficult to do this. I like it makes my job easier when you understand. Like, normally I have a bigger stop loss breathing, but sometimes when I'm just like for example, if you just buy and my stop loss is just, you got to understand, I'm just below 50%. That's nothing. Normally, a lot of stop losses are even below bars and below zones. But if I do that, you guys will think, oh my God, what is this guy doing? So it's not easy, guys. But I always have you guys interest, but I know some of you guys just gamble too much. So it hurts me here doing what I do. That's why personal trading is the best you can do. If you guys want to try and do this in front of an audience, try it. You know, you might be exceptional at it, but it does take a toll on you because you're not really now focusing on your own trading. You're thinking about others. But still holding in here. Okay, so we've retested bullish candle. 1 more minute. Let's see if it can close above here. Again, we might get a bull flag, the extension going on. Even if it extends all the way up, goes through here, that's a 100 pip move coming right back up, right up to there. Then we got to respect the top of that trend channel. We got to respect that yellow line because there's a lot of confluences up there. Okay, so here we go. This might be like, if one more trade of gold, this might be it. Okay, 47 seconds. There was that impulse break now. Now you see it. There was the impulse break, and look how quickly they pinned it down and rejected it down. Okay, so when it came in there, look how quickly the sellers rejected it back down. This could start a bear rally going back down on the next candle. Okay, there it is. There's the fuck you candle. That's what we call that. Okay, sorry for the language, but that's a fuck you candle. That's exactly what those are. We coined it the fuck you candle. That's what they're saying to buyers. Fuck you guys. That's the market is saying that, not me. I'm just showing you how I've been part of this candle in the past, and I know exactly what this is. Get ready. Let's see now. Now real volatility is going to start opening up because it triggered a lot of stops. Bullish. Let's see if it's going to come down and start to push down and start to sell off with that. Get ready, guys. Yeah, that's a price action term. Fuck you, candle. That's the SST term. You see how they're attempting to break it down? Still bullish inside here. Still this small doji candles. These doji candles are really, really tricky because they just linger around here for like 30 seconds, 1 minute on limited volume, and then they'll explode. So you got to be ready. These are these dirty candles. These are those small little dojis. One got me caught last week on one of these guys. Okay, so it is continuing to, let's see if it's going to continue to push down. Okay, there's another wick coming back up. Okay, I'm going to go in on a sell on it just to see if we can come down. Now, measuring moves, okay, to come down right into there. My stop loss, I'm going to place it above the FU candle. Okay, so if we can just come down to that red line, that's about 75 pips. Down to the red line, I'd like to break that red line. You can still see I have an open stop loss. I should be reducing it, to tell you the truth. Okay, you guys got to do your thing here. Let's see if it can break down this support, if it can break down. Okay, so my stop loss is tentatively above the FU candle up there. Okay, I haven't converted that green zone red as of yet because we need closing volume in the next 3 minutes. Okay, so we've got lower lows. That liquidity grab, the FU candle, created a new lower low. Let's see if it can continue to penetrate with volume, continue to come down. But we have a big support level to breach right here. Okay. If it can break this red line, I know it's going to go up 80, 100 pips, then I'll be going to a break even while scaling out. Okay, so I'm verbally telling you guys. Okay, here it comes down. Get ready. There it goes. Okay, break even. Okay, break even. There should be no risk in this. And let's see if we can break this red line. It's holding this support. Worst case is it comes back up. It's a break even. Okay, but maybe some of you guys did something already up 80 pips. Okay, I'm at a break even, so there's no risk. I really want to see that break down there. Man, these levels are really holding today. Took some profit, good for you. Okay, let's see if we can really break before we hit break even. Man, a lot of buyers gobbling this up down here. So worst case is a BE. I'm okay with a BE. I would be really okay if we can break this. Or still okay with volume closing near the low, and then maybe we can advance by opening up this zone red. But, you know, if it does come up there, it's going to be a BE anyway. So let's see if we can move, advance down with this candle. All we need is the sellers to continue to bid down in here in these lows. There we go. There, we broke it. Okay, so we broke it. Now let's see if we can just continue fill that. Just filling down to that wick is 100 pips. Okay, I'm going to take out 80% because I've recovered those two small L's before. So I've recovered. I'm taking out 80% down there, right down there. Okay, I told you guys. I'm going to trade a little bit different now. With the markets opening up, that big FU candle gave me the go-ahead to go in a little heavier. Why? Because I saw a clue in the market. So I know you guys probably don't believe me, but I went in a little heavier. I recovered my losses, those feeler trades, and actually made some cake. Why? Because of the fuck you candle right there. SST fuck you candle. And where did they do the FU candle? Get your Fibonacci tool, what I was stating this entire call. Where was it at? That entire, right there. Exactly 0.5. Right there, guys. Whether you want to believe me or not, that's where they produced it. Told you. That's where they said, fuck you to the buyers. Excuse me for my French Canadian. Now, let's continue to follow this. I'm still got 20% invested. Can we get that close below these bodies? Maybe we can work our way down into that green zone. That would be a massive move, in my opinion. Okay. Let's see where we close. Let's get our cut line too. We should be all at break even. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Close. 50% is right there cut. Okay, so it's coming up bullish ignited. Let's see a quick shallow pullback. If they can reject it real quick, that wick is not too big. It could continue to fill to the downside, and then we break down and get down to this, back down to that green zone. Okay, flip this green zone red now. We have volume confirmed below us. And let's see if we can continue. Yes, perfect. Shallow retest. Now let's redistribute it to the downside. Where could we go? That green zone is 175 pips, but I would also cut that bullish bar in half right there, 4,025. Okay, if it comes down there and you get 125, 130 pips, that's a critical area. That's 50%, and that nice psychological 4,025. However, if we bleed it out down to there, 175 pips. There we go. Oh, I'm gonna take out my remaining 20%. Guys, that's a daily goal. I don't know how to explain this to you guys. But I'm closing that trade because we got to get ready for US30 and NASDAQ. So I admit I took those 2 small L's, but we make our money patiently in the markets. And get in and get out. Don't play games because this could go right back up. Okay, so I'm out of this, guys. I verbally walked you through that. Hopefully I did. If you don't understand, I don't know what else to tell you. The clue was this candle right here. Study it. 8:45, guys. There's your homework for tonight. Justin, study this candle. I'm telling you. This is a life-changing candle right here. I'm telling you for everybody. Understand the big FU candle. They're big clues in the markets. I can't believe when I learned that what the clues it gives. If you remember how it was, bullish, 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 bullish. As soon as it spiked out of there, boom, they slammed it down. You guys got to replay this in your head. If you don't understand what I'm saying, you guys are sleeping on this call. Because right away when that happened and closed below there, boom, I'm selling. I'm going down with that momentum. Okay. I'm sorry about those feeler buys down, feeler sells down here. I was testing it out, but the market slowly rotated back up, and then boom, they dropped it right back down. Okay. So guys, I'm going to get off gold now. That's enough. We're going into, if you guys are watching it going into 9 a.m., again, momentum can switch, everything can switch up, but hopefully everyone's at a break even. Hopefully you guys scaled out. You got some money out. 150 pip move down. Okay. I got to now move on to US30 and NASDAQ because we're going to spend about 7-8 minutes on each one of those doing a top down and get ready for Wall Street. Okay. So hopefully you guys learned. Hit the L's. Put L's, W's in the chat. I don't care what you guys put. It doesn't really affect me. Whether you put an L, a W, a Mickey Mouse face, I don't care. I'm a big boy. I'm a grown man. But I want you guys to know if you actually learned something on today's call. That's more important to me. I don't give a shit about L's and W's. Did you learn something new today? If this fuck you candle is something you learned today, like this channel, because I'll teach you a little bit more about some candles that a lot of traders don't talk about. And we coin these phrases, okay? So I'll tell you all about this. Subscribe to the channel if you want to learn more about this stuff in a live environment. Someone can say after the fact, oh, you could have done this, you could have done that. That's what a lot of traders do these days. Do it live. Break it down live. That's what I always say. If you want to do this, showcase live. I'll be your first subscriber and I'll follow you and I'll continue being your biggest supporter. It's not easy doing this shit on live because you got a lot of people talking in the background that talk and we're thinking about you guys. But, you know, you got to understand how we're feeling out the market here to see how they held it up, and then we're going to trade back down with a clue. But now it's coming right back up. So you've got to continue pipping and dipping out of this markets, okay? Whatever you guys want to throw in the chat, I appreciate it, okay? Doesn't hurt my feelings. I'm a big boy. But I'm moving on, guys, because it's 9 a.m. If you're going to continue with gold, continue, okay? I'm out of this trade completely. I told you guys. I took out 80% when we broke that low. stop loss break even, and when it broke down there, closed my entire remaining 20%. Like I said, I know 99% of you guys are not going to believe me that I recovered my loss with those, and I don't even want to say it because no one will believe. It's so I don't want to talk when no one believes. So, but we're okay. Let's now focus on something else. Let's go to US30. Miss Jones, it's been a while. She's pretty. We got to look at her. We got to give her her attention because she's saying, Ron, you're trading gold too much. She's getting jealous over here. So we got to come back to her, okay? Now we're shifting focus. I know it's 9 a.m. Someone's going to say, Ron, gold is coming right back up, this or that. That's it. I'm a scalper. I'm in, I'm out, on to the next thing. Okay, I don't care if gold goes up to the all-time high today or if it dumps down to 1973 low. I don't give a shit, right? I'll analyze it the next day and see what happens. Now it's shifting focus. I know. Someone told me, Ron, it's going up bullish. I know it is. But that's why, if you got to continue watching, now, will it close above here, invert that zone back to green, and could come right back up. This is now volatility now in the markets. It's crazy, okay? And if you didn't take out anything down there, that's why I'm teaching you guys pip and dip. We were talking last night, get the F out. Because what goes down can come up. What goes up can come right back down. The markets are insane right now, okay? But let's figure this out now. US30 daily. I got to go a little faster because I wanted to take a break as well. So little faster. Okay. So really quickly, remember what we always talk about, our double top all-time high supply back in December 24, February 2025, stretching into the future. There's the Powell candle that closed above. Are we still holding this supporting area? We currently are, okay? Have we transacted down in here? No. We had some good point of interest. Where? Right here as of late, okay? Let's draw a yellow line for point of interest. See when it came down, bullish candle come back up. All the way down, wick at the yellow line, back up. Came all the way down, wick at the yellow line, double bottom. There's a daily move breaking out, okay? But we are so close to our all-time high, okay? Where's our all-time high? Yesterday, new all-time high. 44,180. Donald Trump, orange face, makeup. Okay. Now I can see we've got a location over here. A body, a body, a body, a body. That's telling me POI, point of interest. Yes, I do have to take a P. So every time I say POI, I'm reminding myself I got to go P here. So right there, we've got a POI. It closed right there. Opening day's balance yesterday. It was initially bearish. Are we holding above 50% of Big Monday's weekly volume? Yes, we are. Cut it in half. I can even find a point of control of Monday. How do we do that? Same shit that we do every day. You know that? What was that show? Oh man, what was that cartoon I used to watch back in the day? He always says, same thing we do every day. Try to take over the world. What was that cartoon called? Someone please give it to me. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Ren and Stimpy. Was it Ren and Stimpy? Pinky in the Brain. Pinky in the Brain, Sean, bro. That's what it is, guys. Look up Pinky in the Brain. You know, I'm going to watch it with my kids today. Pinky in the Brain, Sean. You're the best. Pinky in the Brain. What are we going to do today? We're going to try and take over the world, okay? So what are we going to do today? Same shit we do every day, guys. We're going to figure out points of control, okay? There it is, 50%. Ron, what are we doing? Same shit we do every single day, guys, okay? Stretch it, boom. Stretch it into the future. We know, and Monday's a very serious candle. It's the start of the week, so buyers are still holding it. Have we transacted back in there? If you're waiting for a pullback, swing trade, you got to wait in there. You got to wait for it to come down. Is it coming down today, tomorrow, next week? Whatever. Wait patiently. Set yourself an alert in there. We're nowhere near it right now. But yesterday, it was opening bearish, bearish, bearish. We came almost, and then buyer said stepped right back in, opening back. Short wick, there's the explosion on the daily. Pop, all-time high, got rejected, closed right there, okay? Now we're getting a little bit more context. POI of closing yesterday's balance, opening balance. Look at this disgusting doji candle we have on the daily. These are those, guys, look at the yellow line, okay? I'm not making this up. Look at where we closed and where it is. What is that number? $46,999.87. Does it not sound like we're buying something at Walmart with that price? Guys, it's very psychological. We're 13 pennies away from 47,000. Transactions, psychological numbers. Ron talks about the same shit every single day. I've been talking in my head the same stuff for the past 25 years. But now you guys are seeing how crazy my brain works. I've been having these thoughts to myself and I'm like, I got to start sharing this with the world. They got to start to learn about these markets. Okay? Look at today. We opened. It was bullish. Did we come up? Yes, we did. That's the highest point of the day. Look how low the range is. That's why I love gold. Gold's crazy right now. Okay, so it came up, lower high. Are we still lower than the all-time high? Yes, technically we are. Did it come down to the opening balance? Yes. Did sellers flip the candle? Yes, they did. Did we shoot for the lowest point of the day? So far we have, right there. Look at the numbers, guys. I'm not making this up, okay? 46,925. Look at the highest point of the day, 47,047. Oh, I rest my case. You know, like sometimes I don't even need to trade a candle. I don't even need to look at a candle anymore. I'm telling you guys the honest truth. Just tell me what security, tell me some pricing. I'll tell you, just tell me what the momentum is and we'll tell you some psychological numbers. It's like we're at an online auction. We don't even have to be at the auction. We don't even have to watch what they're selling. I don't even care what they're selling. It doesn't matter. Everything is all automatic, programmed, high frequency trading, bots, you name it. That's what it is. Okay? There's no more humans trading anymore. We're the only humans left trading. Gold is crazy right now. Okay? Now, it came back up. So what about yesterday's volume? Can we at least pinpoint yesterday's, cut it in half? Can we at least do that? Where's 50% of yesterday's volume? Have we transacted in it? It's right there. Let's draw a yellow line. Look at the number, guys. 46,898, 900. Let's draw a bullish point of control. Look at it. It's basic. There's the 382, just shy of today's low so far, and to the 618. There's my bullish point of control of yesterday's volume. Okay, so it's still holding up. So you see what we're doing? We're flagging right now where it could continue to go back up all-time high, or we're going to break down and start selling a leg coming down. Remember, we got Tesla's earnings in the after hours. We had Netflix last night. Okay, so lots going on in the stock markets. I know Dow doesn't really focus on that, but we're going to do NASDAQ next, so we have to focus on that. Today's daily candle is right here. Let's break it down, go faster. 4 hours. Look at the 4 hours disgusting candles right now, okay? Look at the 4 hour moves. Look at it, okay? Like one bottom, two bottom, three bottom, triple bottom. Triple bottom is better than a double bottom. A quad bottom is better than a triple bottom. A quad bottom is better than a double bottom. The more bottoms we have, we love it. Like, right? Bottoms are nice. You know, we like ladies with nice big bottoms, so we like big bottoms in the market. Here are some big bottoms down here, okay? How many bottoms do we see? One bottom, there's a second bottom, there's a third bottom. Match it up with the bodies, and let's extend it into the future. Who knows, maybe we're going to see a fourth bottom down there. There's a yellow line. You can place an alert. Go right in 50%, add your alert. Do your thing. Add alerts there. Look at this. If you look at it like this, smoke some weed like me. This considered one bottom, those double bottoms. There's your neckline. There's your second bottom. However you want to look at it. There's the move up, closed above. Has it rotated back in the zone? No. Higher low, continue to extend all the way out. And now look at where it's flagging. You can literally trap the 4 hour volume right now. Okay? Get ready for swing trades. Where are all the swing traders at? You guys want to swing trade? This is what you should be looking at. Box this area in, right? If you're a swing trader, pay attention. If you guys want to learn how to swing trade, I'm telling you right now, box this in. Consider this like a 5-minute setup. What are you doing in the 5 minutes? I would be doing nothing. I would be watching. I see sellers are selling, buyers are accumulating. It can continue to trade in this area for multiple 4 hour candles, or it could break out to the upside and try that all-time high, or it's going to start to break down here. Just look for volume to close above on a 4 hour or hourly. Look for volume to close below here on a 4 hour, and look just like as if you're scalping the markets. That's why when I tell you can learn price action, you're set for the rest of your life. You just got to pick what time frame works best for you. Right now, there's nothing going on. But the biggest candle I'm focused on is the last 4 hour candle because it's Europe. It opened, created the highest point of the day, created the lowest point of the day, closed right there. 6 a.m. open, lower high, coming right back down. I can't get really any information off the 4 hour candles. It's just, you know, barcoding in here, sloppy candles, wicks above, wicks below, still holding this point of control. So we got to continue to dissect. We got to go into the hourly now. If we look at the overall momentum, bullish, right? Let's go in the hour. Maybe 1 hour will tell us a little bit something. Okay, now we can see it came up. I can see exactly we hit all-time high Tuesday 11 a.m. and we pushed all the way down. We made a bottom. Look at when we came back up here. Rejected, rejected, rejected. Hourly traders. At the highest point of the day, there's your 4 bodies. Here's your hourly red zone. Everyone pay attention. I don't give a shit what type of trader you are, but I'm talking on all of your time frames. If you're an hourly trader, do this. Draw your red zone right there. There's your highest point of the day, body, 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 body. Same thing we do, stretch it in the future. If it ever comes in here, that could be your second top to drop it down, right? If it closes above there, and see they tried 1 hour there, 2 hours, 3 hours, failed. If it closes back above there, you flip that zone, that could be your green zone, taking you back up, point of interest, all-time high, all of that. There's a second bottom. Coming down, neckline, second bottom, producing. Where's that second leg to break through here? They're holding it down right here, and then it could reject it back down. Okay, so be careful today trading. Now look at today, 7 a.m. bearish, 8 a.m. bullish, 9 a.m. starting right now bearish. We're barcoding on the hour, okay? So me as a scalper, what I like to do is go off of the bullish engulfing candle, figure out my cut line, cut it in half, right about there. Ronnie smoked some weed today. There it is. Again, let's not just guess. Opening balance, closing balance. Ron is almost spot on. There's 50%. 46,965. You can draw an hourly point of control if you like for scalp purposes on this lower time frames. Right now, it's still holding that bullish hourly point of control. It was a big bearish candle, opened, produced the lower high, came all the way down, all the way down. You see, now it traded in that point of control and that hourly candle coming right back up. But Wall Street could easily break this thing down and come down. There's my body to body. So as a scalper, I have to place a white line right there at those hourly points of interest. There's my measuring tape from 965, 942, measuring moves. Again, there's not a lot of volume right now. You saw from the daily candle, but Wall Street could really open this thing up, okay? So one thing we got to understand is we got a nice second bottom here producing on the hourly. Can we go move back up bullish? On the 5 minutes on US30, this is what we got going on. Not bad volume. Okay, moving up, down, good moves. There was a lot of choppy stuff. I don't know, I'm not really loving the volume right now, but what you can see is there's a top right up here at that daily yellow line, right there, red zone. Okay, if you want to draw your zones and scalp into these, obviously Wall Street is going to break these, because there's going to be more volume, but right now it's slowly showing on the 5 minutes. We are pushing up. It's ascending. It's going to break through there. We'll figure it out, okay? SST daily bar, look at the indicator, like the daily open, hit the highest point of the day right over here. That was just prior to London, 2:45 a.m. There's London, 3 a.m. drop. We came all the way down to the opening balance, came all the way down. There's the lowest point of the day, 5:15. Multiple wicks down there. Again, they didn't break the lowest point of the day. It's coming right back up. So this is the volume we got trading inside here. Will Wall Street open up, come back up and test up here? Maybe the daily high, take out liquidity, go higher. Or will sellers bring it all the way back down to the lowest point of the day and come into our bigger demand zone down into here, okay? Or we're going to just see some chop again. Those indicators, 9, green line, 200, they're right together. Again, that's telling me that market is choppy when they're together. They haven't diverged away from each other yet, okay? So that's US30, 913. I got to do a NASDAQ now really fast. Just looking at gold again, okay? I know gold is a mess. Get rid of all these red lines. Tidy up your charts. I tell my kids all the time, when you're done playing with your toys, tidy up. I'm not going to do your shit for you guys. I got my son some clothes. He's 14. I washed his clothes, got him ready. He has to wear a uniform to school. And I'm like, he's upstairs. I'm down here with you guys. I'm like, come get your clothes. He's like, you bring it up to me. I'm like, who these kids? If I said that to my dad, I would have got backhanded right across the face. If I said that to my dad. So I didn't do that to him, but I verbally fixed him up. And now he knows to get his own shit. I'm not his maid around here. Kids these days. So, it's tough with these kids. Okay, so clean up the charts, right? And again, see what I did? I just cleaned up the charts. This is a bullish zone. If you want to buy back down in there, we're still in our channel. We're trading in that red. They could bring this down. That's gold, okay? Let's move to NASDAQ. I would never say that to my dad either, Sherry. No way. No way, Jose. Old school parents don't let that slide. Okay, so here's NASDAQ. Again, that same area. I want to get you guys trained your eyes to look for those things. That's a red double top zone stretched into the future. It's have we came back down into here? No. Okay. Look at how many zones we still have. I don't have time to dissect all this, but right now this is a critical pivot. You can see how many times the market held here. Draw your yellow line. 20. Look at the number. 24,250. Okay. Do we have some really tight consolidation on the daily? Right there. You could have boxed in all that garbage as a daily trader, and you see there's your zone. Okay. There was bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish, bullish close above. We continue to move up. Look at, we're flirting with the all-time highs again with NASDAQ. Going into tech earnings coming up this week and next week. This is, man, what a time to be alive to watch all this. There's our all-time highs. Donald Trump, orange face, 25,236. We're flirting with the all-time high, maybe breaking out. Remember, Netflix was down 6%. We'll see maybe market rallies going with Tesla's earnings today. Is the market going to drop, pick up more volume to come anticipate Tesla's earnings? One thing I'm looking for is this big bullish candle, Monday, start of the week. Weekly candles, remember, we did this, Tokyo sessions start are the weeks. That's why it's important to analyze on weekends. Right there, cutting it in half. 25,050, yellow line. Let's not guess. Fibonacci, opening balance, closing balance. Perfect, right on there. So can we find a point of control of Monday's volume? Yes, we can. Are we still respecting it? Yes, we are. Okay, so now I can see Monday. We can see yesterday we moved all-time high. We came back in, retested it, closed with some bearish volume. Where's our closing opening balance of NASDAQ? Again, NASDAQ has a really shitty daily candle. It's a spin top. I hate these candles, but they're going to move. You know, we just got to figure out coin flip. It's going to go back up or down. Right now it opened. It was bearish, bearish, bearish. There's our low of the day. Traded right at the top of that green zone, purple line. Respecting it. Okay, it could definitely come right back in there. And then if it breaks today, right there, body to body. Have a line right there. If you're scalping, cut yellow to yellow tape right there in half. I don't have time to do that, but you guys can do that. Coming back up, opening balance. They flipped it. It was very bullish, bullish, bullish. Almost hit that all-time high. You guys see now what I'm doing with the all-time high supply right there to those bodies. Red, stretched into the future, and just continue stretching it into the future. Now I can see today we traded right in there. That's the highest point of the day. They've rejected it down. Purple. Lower than the all-time high. Okay. Sorry, it's right there is the all-time high. And they've rejected it back down to the opening balance going into Wall Street in the next 13 minutes. So it's anyone's guess where Wall Street is going to go. If you don't want to trade Wall Street, I understand. It's going to be volatile. Wait till 10 a.m. Wait till a little later. Okay. Right now we got just a spin top consolidating. Could be a big bull flag. Like, you know what you can do is you could flag this area. Maybe it's got a high probability. Bull flags break to the upside. It's consolidating and will break out continuing. Or sellers will push it back down and bring it down into here. Let's go to the 4 hour. We're not going to see much on the 4 hour if that's what our daily candle is showing us. So let's go more context. It looks very similar to US30. We came down one time, came back down 2 times, came back down 3 times, go back up. You can consider, I told you guys how you can consider that all double bottom or triple bottom, but it did close above with volume. We did continue to move, but look at how it's struggling. This first all-time high struggled, came back down, came back up second time, struggled. Big drop right there, that big sell-off day, but it came slowly back up. And again, we're trading, consolidating here. Wow, like look at these 4 hour candles, how long they've been accumulating here. That was a massive accumulation. And look, they dropped it to the downside. It slowly came right back in, and look at where we're right back in that same consolidating zone. So now are they going to break it for new higher highs, all-time highs, or are they going to one more time bring it down? You can consider this as one whole one top. They can consider this as this whole structure area as a second top, and are they going to drop it back down? This is so interesting. This is, oh man. Like, let's go to, I can't even see anything on London. London just came down. It came up, hit the high, came back down, closed right there. It's too hard to even diagnose or describe what's going on in 4 hours. So we go into the 1 hour. 1 hours are choppier, shitty too, okay? But if you're looking to just get in, for a couple hours, you could hit daily goals, no problem. These are big moves, you know. in markets. But again, 1 hour is real sloppy, okay? So I don't like this. Even the 5 minutes, okay? We'll open up more as we get into Wall Street. So we can see kind of when it hit the highest point of the day, it came down, back up, right in there, lower highs, push downward. We were so close to hitting that all-time high, came back again, lower high. This is what I look for now in 5 minutes. Structure, right there. 50% of this big bearish candle, it's already transacted in there. I know someone says, Ron, this is easy after the fact. I know, but I would be doing the same shit, cutting that candle in half, and that line would be there, and I'm showcasing you guys how it came right back in there and pushed right back down. Are we coming right back up again to test that, or it's going to be lower high, and they're going to slam this thing down? This is so far the trend we got going on right now. It's bullish right now. It's ascending, but will this thing break? And are they going to drop this thing down? Okay, so this is basically the channel we're in right now. Okay, is it going to be one of these moves where it just comes up and then they drop it right back down? Okay, 10 minutes away. Okay, so we'll leave NASDAQ. Some points of interest on the 5 minutes just to watch. There was one pivoting area where it came down and it stopped right there. Just like I have a pivot there, I got a pivot there. And I see it broke down, lowest point of the day, came back up. So we're trading right back in here, okay? So with NASDAQ, our daily bar, oh my God, like what a gross daily candle. Just opened, low, high, back down to the opening balance. So it's probably gonna be a little bit volatile. But let's bring these two together. Okay, so if you're a NASDAQ trader, you're focusing on the right chart, right over here. This is NASDAQ. If you're a US30 Dow Jones trader, you're focusing on the left chart, right over here. Okay, are we good, guys? Understand the analysis? Gold, I know some of you guys want to trade gold, but that's now at that 618 in the bigger zone. There it came up, back down, you know. If I was still trading gold, right there, okay, it came up, back down, came up. Here's the second top. Let's see if it continues to drop back down. However, it could build and go right through here, okay? We're done with gold today. Gold was a little tricky to get started, but we figured out that FU candle and made some pips. Now we got to watch Wall Street, okay? Let's make sure we're not going into any news. Governments are still shut down. Maybe 10:30, you're going to have some crude oil inventories for all the crude traders. Not much news going on today, okay? Oh, the big thing is, what's important is Tesla's earnings in the after hours today. Okay, that's the big news. This right here, guys, okay? So Tesla has earnings at 4:15 p.m. Eastern today, and IBM. So Netflix had their news last night. Let's just see how Netflix is trading prior to Wall Street. Netflix, where are we at? Netflix is down 7% right now, okay? Okay, see the pre-market trading? Yesterday's close was $1,241. It was up 2.8% going into earnings, up 0.25% after hours. And then as soon as after hours, the earnings of Netflix, it dropped almost $90 a share, which equates to 7% down right now, okay? How is that going to translate when Wall Street market opens up, okay? Here it is. Netflix's recent earnings report led to a 7% drop in shares after missing expectations due to a $619 million tax dispute in Brazil. Despite this, the company has seen a 40% increase in shares since the beginning of the year, okay? So that's what we'll be watching, okay? I'll be focusing on both of these securities. Again, you have to trade with proper risk management. Okay, you can have rules where you can wait for the first 5 minutes of Wall Street to close. You can wait for 15 minutes. You can wait till 10 a.m. You can jump in right as soon as the opening bell. You can do what you like. All I'm saying is have a little bit of risk management in mind. That's all I'm saying. Sherry, do I trade after hours when earnings are released? If I'm studying the company, like if I've been following Netflix for multiple months and weeks leading into the earnings. I might have a position open, Sherry. Like, for example, if I thought it's going to, like with Tesla, let's just talk about Tesla. If I've been studying Tesla, studying Elon Musk, studying what they're doing, and maybe I anticipate good news coming out of earnings, I'm going to buy call options to anticipate great news and then go up maybe 5%, 7% on the stock value. But the premiums of trading options might go up 50%, 100%, 200%. If I kind of anticipate maybe some bearish news, maybe the company is struggling going into earnings, and then it's going to be a negative kind of earnings, missing revenue, the forward forecast doesn't look good, then maybe I'm buying puts to short the company on anticipation of bad news. However, if it goes against me and it's good news, yes, but we have stop losses as well when we're trading options. A lot of traders think you have to hold the option until the expiry date. No, you can literally scalp them. Like, I'm a scalper, so today is Wednesday. I would be looking at Friday's weekly expiries, which close Friday this week, 4 p.m. They're cheaper right now because they're going to expire soon. So a lot of traders, investors don't like trading those ones that are going to expire. They're looking at next week's or a month from now, but you got to pay a premium because you're holding those. So me, I like scalping, get in cheap. As soon as it makes the move I'm looking for, just like a scalping move, just like trading Forex, if it makes 50 pip move, 100 pip move, for example, that premium of that option changes quickly. Can go from 5%, 50%, and I'm literally scalping those. And then I just close it out, realize my profit, and then I could look to buy another. It's just your strike prices, what you got to look for. Okay, sometimes with Tesla, I'm just using an example. If it's trading at $400 a share and I'm looking to buy it, I might be just looking to buy it to 405, not to 480, not to 600, just 405. As soon as it gets there, I'm in the money. My option is appreciated. I'm getting rid of it, and yeah, scalping options. Yeah, putting it that way, scalping options. You can also swing trade options, but you want to maybe focus on the monthlies. Every option expires every single Friday. Those are called weeklies. And then every single month, at the end of the month, there's new ones that rotate, like October to November. Then come November, new monthly ones going into December. We also have leaps. Leaps are every 3 months, every quarter. So, when earnings are every quarter, you could have a leap contract for an entire quarter and hold it for 3 months. So there's so much you can do in the options market. It's endless. But you got to really put research into the company you're trading. It's not just, again, we're not just guessing. We're not playing bingo. You got to do some research. And a lot of traders lack doing research. So for those of you that want to really learn, it's endless. And then I haven't even talked about covered call options. That's a different world, okay? I'm getting paid right now with covered call options, okay? I'm holding, you have to hold 100 shares of a company. I'm holding 100 shares of Nvidia, where I bought in August, back in the day, where it was trading under $100. And I'm just selling, like I have, like if someone wants to buy it off me, they're welcome to buy. And Nvidia is trading at $180. I have it set at $225. If it comes up to $225, I unfortunately have to sell my 100 shares. I will realize all of that profit. But right now, if Nvidia is not coming to $225, I'm getting paid passive income. I'm writing premiums. I'm getting paid. It's covered call. If it doesn't go to 225, every single week the market pays me thousands of dollars just by holding those. And if it comes there, I have the shares. I own the shares, right? So that's if you own 100 shares. Yes, you do have to have some money. That's required. Think about it. Just do the math. If you own Tesla right now, if Tesla is trading at $100 a share or $400 a share, multiply by 100. You have to have that much capital, and then you can start having covered calls on Tesla at $500. If it comes to 500, you realize if you bought it at 500, you make $100 per share, multiply by 100. You realize all that profit. But in the meantime, if Tesla's not trading there, you'll just get paid premiums every single week. The banks are actually paying you because you're the writer of the option. Okay, so you're basically your own financial private institution. And you can do it also selling puts. If you guys learn the wheel strategy, will blow your mind. There's so much to learn, guys. Amazing, Sherry. You're holding NVIDIA covered calls right now. That's unbelievable. I'm doing the same thing with you, Sherry. I do it with Apple. I do it with a lot of those big names. It's like, let me explain it to you. I don't have too much time in 10 seconds. Here we go, market open. But let's get ready. Here's market open, guys. Okay, so check your spreads, change everything, get ready. Here we go. Wow, okay, it's crazy volatile. Holy. Bearish ignited drop. Let's focus. Are they taking out the lowest point of the day? Netflix is down 8% right now. Sure, you use the wheel strategy? Excellent. You're learning so much, okay? Came all the way down. Did they take out the lowest point of the day? They could have. Look at, they were all the way down here. Why? Ask yourself, why didn't they take out the lowest point of the day? They were right there, okay? They didn't. Now we got to see, as it's coming back up, will it come back to the opening balance? Will it flip back up? Or is this selling volume going to continue to bid down into here and come back down and target that lowest point of the day? This is the first 45 seconds of market open. NASDAQ is pushing down. We've got US30 pushing down. Some of you guys might be in a sell already. Congratulations. I would use a trailing stop loss and be at a break even. Trail this thing down. Realize some money. It's not bad to make that many pips in 30 seconds of trading, because we don't know where this thing is going to close or how it's going to close. Gold is still building. Wow. Okay. Okay, so let's, okay, there they kind of penetrated the lowest point of the day. Okay, there they took it out. Okay, so now you got a trigger in the market. Let's see now, following the volume, will it close below there? And will it push even further? If it comes down in here, 46,900, that's where that 50% of that bigger zone is. That's where bigger buyers could be. Might cut through this like butter right now. Okay, this is now Wall Street market open. Lots of volume, a lot of selling pressure going on right now. Is this due to Netflix's disappointing earnings in yesterday's after hours? Possibly. Holy shit, okay, so this is dropping. And remember, you don't want to just buy a falling knife. It's not a strategy in trading. Trev, you made 400 pips on NASDAQ drop. Excellent. Perfect, okay, just, it's a big drop, guys. Going to get rid of this zone, so we're going to watch that opening Wall Street balance right there. So remember what I was saying, like where it's like coming up like this and then that drop down. Remember I verbally said that. Okay, so that's what we got going on right now. But we triggered all the way in there. Buyers are buying it right back up. Where will it close? We still have 2 more minutes to go. What are you guys thinking? Do you think, let's say NASDAQ, let's talk NASDAQ. Is NASDAQ going to continue to go down bearish? Or do you guys think it's going to reverse back up to go above Wall Street's opening balance, like above this yellow line? You think it's a bullish above here, or you think we're going to continue to go down bearish? A lot of you guys are bearish. Okay, they still haven't tapped out the lowest point yet. A lot of you guys are bearish. Yeah, Dow is nothing compared to gold, okay? I know these are nice, that's a nice candle, but when we were trading gold, it's like, man, why are we even looking at the Dow and NASDAQ right now, right? Like, that's how crazy gold is. That's why I'm saying it's a scalper's paradise, and you can literally hit daily goals in minutes. I hope it stays like this for years to come. It's basically redistribution of financial wealth from the wealthy to us, the unwealthy. Finally, it's a change in momentum, right? The dumb money is giving the smart money, us, their money. I call the institutions the dumb money. We are the smart money. but just stay disciplined. Give the crumbs that they give us. That's all we need. Just eat the crumbs. Eventually, with all of those crumbs, you can make your own bread, and you can feed yourself every day. I'm happy eating crumbs all day. But if I can get a steak, lobster, and some pancakes, and some nice bold red wine and a cigar from Nicaragua, I'll take that as well. Not gonna lie here, right? You're right. It's a transfer of wealth, finally. But you got to be smart about it. Or else we're transferring our wealth back to them if we over leverage. That's why try not to over leverage, guys. Okay. Now you see that big Wall Street candle on down closed below that daily point of interest, 50%. So we could continue to push right back down and take this out. However, it could come back up bullish for a little bit. Okay. So if we're going to continue to sell, you got to kind of go with the momentum right now. Okay. So it came down. Will it break? It's got a little bit of a wick. Will it come up? There's the wick. Will it come back down? This is where you can enter on a short sell quickly, like if you like it. Right? I'm going to go in. I was a little late. I'm going to just place my stop loss above that yellow line. Okay, it's pretty tight, but oh shit, I didn't want to move that. Sorry. Okay, so if I can get it coming down to that yellow line, that would be perfect. Tight stop. Okay, guys, see it? Tight stop. Just above that yellow line, above that. I'm going very tight today with these stops. Just want to see if the candle would continue to advance. If I get stopped out, it's fine. I'm not risking a lot here. Just I'll get out of the way for the buyers. Believe me, I'll get out of their way. As soon as the candle flips there, I'm saying, okay, I'm out. But if the sellers can continue, they produce that lower low. Let's see if we can get that volume continue to come back down. Maybe close below here while we're still in it. Then we can flip this whole green box red. Maybe we can continue to advance down. I know, like, if I did this move with gold, that would be like a 700 pip drop. With US30, it's 70 pips, okay? So normally what I do is if it goes up 30, 40 pips, I go to a break even. So that would be maybe cutting this thing in half there. So I'm in a sell on US30. We'll see what happens here, okay? Tight stop. You see, just above the previous wick. The candle opened, rejected. I went in, and my stop is just above that daily point of interest, just above that wick. It's not a huge stop loss, guys. Some traders are selling, and they got their stop loss all the way up here. Okay, I'm not. I'm just going candle by candle. This is why you're going to see I take more L's than other traders. I could be sitting up there with a stop loss and just watch this thing all day with you. It's not the point of what we're doing here. Okay, so want to see if it can go down quickly, get 30, 40 pips in profit maybe, go to break even, and maybe realize something down there. However, if it rotates back up, we get out, minimal loss, and we move on. Just like we did with gold. I also want to see if a bar can close below this green zone and we flip it red, because then we could flag down here and continue dropping down, okay? But lots of buyers are coming in right now, okay? So now it's going to flip the balance, and then I want out, because I don't want to be part of a bullish candle breaking right back up. So if it comes up here, I got to really watch this, okay? I'll verbally let you guys know. We've got 2 more minutes to go into the close. Again, I'm watching that closing volume. It would be so nice if we can close below that green zone. But the buyers keep bringing it back up, bringing it back up. I'm surprised how this opening balance is still holding this candle down. Very surprised. I'm surprised I haven't been stopped out yet. Very, very, very surprised. 90 seconds to go into the close. Gold is safer to trade. yeah. It's as crazy as it sounds. Gold is the security to be trading right now. That's why we're going to go back to a Tokyo session tomorrow. Okay, so they flip the balance now. This is where the whole candle can flip back up bullish. That's why I want to get out of the way, because it could come all the way right back up to there. Okay, so I'll verbally let you guys know as soon as I get taken out. I'm still in this. Still in there. They haven't got me. It's very, very close. This attempt, it looks like they're going to get me. No, it's coming back down. Back down. Holy, what a fight at this opening balance. My goodness. Okay, they got me. I'm out. Okay, get out of the way. And I'll continue to trade this later on in the day. Gold. Why are we not on gold right now? What are we doing? Gold is where it's at. You'll probably see me trading gold for the next couple weeks every single day now. It's like pointless looking at US30 right now. Like, look at this. That's a bullish ignited candle. My goodness. Like, we should be on gold right now, guys. I'm telling you. Red zone, green. Right in there. Okay, any pullbacks? Cut. Right in there. Okay, you can see 50% of that bullish candle is kind of this resistance. Man. I like gold, guys. I'm sorry, but gold is where it's at now. I know there's a lot going on in the stock markets, this and that, but man, like now we're getting greedy. Like, look at these candles. These are 50 pip candles, and we don't even like these. See, it's coming back down. I told you guys, I had a tight stop loss, okay? A 30, 35, 40 pip stop loss is very tight. I know some of you guys think it's huge, but had I put my stop loss at 50% point of control of this candle, I'm still in. I could still be in holding this thing, okay? I'm not sure. Someone in the YouTube chat said something, and that's what kind of made me play real safe today. I don't know what it is, but when someone tells me that they're over leveraging their accounts, then, you know, I know it's not on me, but whatever. Anyways, guys, I need to take a break. Normally I take a break to go to the washroom. I haven't taken it. It's been good. I don't want to trade anymore right now. Kind of, if we want to trade, I want to focus on gold. Don't like right now what's going on in the markets, okay? If you guys stick around, give me 3 minutes. I'm just going to go to the washroom and I'll come right back. What do you guys want me to leave it on? Do you guys want me to leave it on NASDAQ and US30, or do you want me to leave it on gold? I'm just going to go to the quick washroom break. I really have to go to the washroom, guys. Gold? Okay, so you got your gold levels, guys. There it is. I'm going to get rid of this parallel channel because we've broken out of it, but you got to watch your zones here. Focus on those. Again, if it continues to move up, remember these yellow lines are significant. This one is really significant. Look at 50% point of eye of the Euro 4H, and there's the 200 EMA. So if it comes back up there, you got to really respect 4100. Yeah, I'm just going to go to the washroom. I'll be right back. guys, we're back. Okay, so just a really fast recap of US30 coming right back up. I'm just going to get rid of these white lines now. Just tidy up. We'll follow the bigger volume. And NASDAQ is coming right back up. Okay, so it looks like big dip, got gobbled up right down here. Daily point of interest coming right back up. Gold, right inside here, okay? So if you missed out on that big bullish candle, it's discounted right to 50%. You can either buy here if you like. Okay, so it's bullish. You're getting a pullback. I'm going to buy. This is going to be my final trade of this session. Okay, and then that's it. I'm going to just go in this buy, placing my stop loss kind of below that bullish ignited candle, below this daily. And I'm going to buy on gold here just to see if we can come right back up, trade back up to the CL line, maybe revisit that, produce a new higher high. That would be 90 to 100 pips up there. But let's see if it continues to build inside here. This is going to be my final trade of this period. You guys caught the NASDAQ drop? Oh, the first drop. Yep. No, I don't like it. I'm out. I don't like it. I'm out of that, okay? I don't like it. It turned into a bearish pin bar. I'm out, okay? So you see how, guys, I can switch my mind within a candle. I don't like it. I'm out. As when it was coming up, I saw 50% lower high, rejection. I don't like it. I'll let it continue to build. So I'm out of it. I think that they're going to play some games in here. I'm out. Get out. Realize, get out. Take the L and just, I'm out of it. Whether it wants to come back up, that's fine. I'll wait for more volume to close above here. As soon as I saw it get rejected down there, I don't like this because it could easily come down here. I see this big daily bar wants to come down. I don't want to engage in that. When you see something you don't like, don't be scared to get out of the trade, right? You don't have to sit there like a duck waiting to get stopped out and hoping and praying. I saw something I didn't like. As soon as we triggered in there, didn't like that rejection. And as soon as we took out the opening balance, I didn't like it. You can do what you want with it. Someone will say, Ron, why didn't you hold it? You'll figure it out one of these days. You'll figure it out. But when you see something, if you don't like it, whether you're selling, you don't like, get out of the trade. You don't have to sit there and wait to either for the market to stop you out. Your stop loss is probably going to get tapped out unless you're trading with billions of dollars of liquidity and you can have a big stop loss, or just wait for targets. That's not how I trade. If I see something, like when I saw the FU candle prior, I liked what I saw, I went in. This, I saw the pullback right there. It came back up. But then as soon as I see that rejection, they couldn't even come up to that point of interest. As soon as it came down and it flirted with breaking low, that's it. I've seen enough. Remember what I told you? My original stop loss was down there. I don't need to sit there and realize that I've lost all the way down there. Just go with your gut instinct is my advice for everyone. Go with your gut. When in doubt, go with your gut. Your gut feeling is the best feeling. Technical indicators are nice, all of this, but nothing is better than your gut feeling. If you're unsure, don't take the trade. You should be confident with the trade and know exactly what you're looking for. If you don't get what you're looking for, close the trade. Journal it, write it down, why you got out. That would be in my journal. I took an L. I would have measured my stop loss, what it would have been, what I got out at, calculate it, write it down. Why did I get out early? What did I see? Learn from it. Okay, so US30 came right back up to kind of 50%, back down. So I don't like the way how this is trading. Kind of don't like the markets right now. I think we got spoiled in Tokyo, and then we come into New York, and it's a little bit more erratic over here. Normally we're saying the opposite. Yeah, you're right. The candle coming up to 50%, the previous one, and forming the shooting star is normally when I go in selling. It sells. You're absolutely correct, Lee. So if I see that setup where I'm normally selling and I'm in a buy, then it just makes sense to get out of the way, right? My own self. I'm talking for myself. Like, yeah, it was nice in a buy, but it got rejected at that 50% and came down as a shoot. That's why I want to get out. Because if it was strong, the buyers would have got broke above that, maybe got up to there, and maybe closed it or produced a new high, and then I would be taking my stop loss, going to a break even and scaling out to the upside. But when I see something going against, I don't like it. It's not just hold in, hope and pray. It's you see something, that's your analysis, and get out of the way. Yes, it can come all the way back up. But do you want to realize that much stop down there? I don't know. Everyone's different. Do what you want, right? But it's still holding, like the volume came down, closed right there. Again, it opened bullish again. So we found good support, 50% is holding. So we found our neckline right here, holding. So buys are still strong. If you guys are in buys, it's still holding. But we got to see a new higher high. That's a lower high. We're still below this. Okay, so sellers could come back in and push this thing back down. See what US30 is doing. Okay, so they keep breaking it down. It looks like it wants to go down US30, but there's no closing volume below there. NASDAQ is opposite direction, looking bullish. Guys, that's the all-time high right there. Not too far away. So Netflix is still down 8%, but Netflix doesn't affect the entire NASDAQ. There's other securities in there as well. What is Tesla trading at right now? Tesla is flat, negative 0.1%, trading at $442 a share. So Tesla is not even moving right now. What about scalping in short term? Follow 1 minute. 1 minute, you could have been in and out and in and out. Look at the 1 minute candles, okay? So let's just watch 1 minute going into like 10 a.m. on gold, okay? So it came up. Was there a 1 minute body that closed above that daily point of interest? No, rejected. And then started that leg coming back down. That was where the 1 minute held some support, coming right back up. So like if we're trading the 1 minute candles, right there's a little bit of resistance right there that it's having a little difficulty right now breaking above. When we look at pattern recognition, it came up one time. There's the neckline. This could be the second top on the 1 minute. And then traditionally, we should see it maybe selling off. However, if it closes above here, could retest this and continue to fill and go back up. Then it's just making that new higher high. So let's watch this on the 1 minute. It's interesting. 1 minute candles are big body candles as well. Like we're looking at 40 to 50 pip 1 minute candles. You could I love scalping 1 minute candles, but when they're like this, you kind of got to know exactly what size you're using, and to know you might be in for, like if you're selling, that might be your candle right there. You're in, you're at a break even. See how it opens. You're in profit. You might have to get in and out. I know a lot of traders can't understand that then stay away from 1 minute candles. But if you want to learn, just watch. Okay, this is a second top up here. Is it going to come back down or is it going to come back up? Learn how to, if it closes above, to flip your red zone green. You can learn. No one's saying you have to trade these, but you can learn. And then when you see these on the 5 minutes, you know what to expect. When you see them on the 15, you know. Hourly, 4 hour, daily. You could speed up, expedite your education by watching these things. Okay, right now, see how it came down? Did it close below there? No, it closed right there. Next one is opening again, bullish. Came right back up. They're slamming it back down. Okay, I love selling this setup. This is what we were just talking about. Kind of grab the liquidity and it's a shooting star. Remember we were talking about this on the gold, like that FU bar? This is not an FU candle, but it's very similar. Where it came up, it took out that previous high. There's the liquidity, and then it turned into a shooting star candle coming down. But as it came down, it's coming right back up, closing in 24 seconds. How and where will it close? Will it close below here? Close right in there. It's right at the opening balance of this 1 minute candle. We're barcoding bullish, bearish, bullish. It's 9:55, 56. We're almost going into 10 a.m. So it's bullish coming right back up. Is it engulfing? Here's the close. You could also use your cut line on 1 minute candle bars as well. See how it came down bearish right last second, and then they opened it bearish igniting, and they're shooting it down. Okay, so look at that. There's a prime example how it came up, down, back up. Then they closed it right there last second. New minute candle open, bearish igniting, dropping back down. If that's a scalp candle, that's a perfect candle. That's what you look for, and that's 35, 40 pips down there. That's where you could be at a break even, scaling out. It could be 50 pip drop right now. And there's your second top with the lower high with that liquidity grab around there. I know it's a lot to explain right now, and a lot of people don't have no idea what I'm talking about, but some of you guys understand this. Same shit, but you got to understand maybe 1 or 2 bars, that's it. You like, if you want to hold, then focus on the 5 minutes. Don't be watching the 1 minute candles if you want to continue to hold and hold and hold. That's literally what scalping is. Candle by candle. So there it tapped in the green zone, came back up. This candle, how did it open? Bullish right away, came up, back down, higher low, traded back up, they dropped it right back down. I could continue to do this all day, you know, like, but right now we've got 2 more minutes and then it's going to start 10 a.m. So watch now, you're going to see some crazy volatility on these 1 minute candles. You might see candles that gap up, gap down, watch. But these levels, let's see if they still respect these levels regardless. Is this green zone being respected? Yes, it is. Have we closed above here with any blue 1 minute volume? I see an impulse, rejection, impulse, impulse. I see the buyers are trying, but I don't see a bullish bar closing above there. I see it coming in here again, lower high rejections, continue push down. This could continue maybe to push down into here, going in at 10 a.m. Here's your shooting star candle that got rejected. Again, breaking the low trend. There's a fair value 1 minute, fair value gap from that wick to that wick, 50% of that candle. This is where your 1 minute support is supposed to be in the market, right there. Did you guys see those wicks? That wick and that wick right there. This volume in this 1 minute bar that had that big jump up has not been transacted. Right there. And you see how it's still holding, coming right back up into 50%, your 9 EMA, dropping right back down. Let's see now. Now it's going to officially transact in that zone, which it didn't transact. Now it tapped in there. Look at the big bullish. Right there, guys. There's your learning about fair value gaps. You guys see what I mean? As sellers, those were 4 individual 1 minute candles that sold all the way down right into that fair value zone. There it is. That's how it looks. If you want to learn, 1 minute is the place to learn. If you don't feel like trading, don't trade. But did you analyze that? This candle, 951. Go back and review that. Ask yourself, why did Ron say that there's a wick to wick there, fair value? And then as soon as it came in there, tapped, boom, that's all it takes. And that was a big bullish candle coming right out of there. And that's where, as a seller, you sell high, and then you close your transaction where the buyers are. Sometimes, as a buyer, you buy low, and then you sell it where the sellers are. Right now, if you want to just continue watching what's going on, it's kind of consolidating in here, going into 10 a.m. in the next 30 seconds. So is it still building? That's a higher low support, building. Will it break out of here? Will it be a big bullish break, or are they going to dump this thing down? Watch. These are 1 minutes, guys. They're exciting. They're fast. they're furious. And if you trade these things with really tight stops, like just above the highs, you're more prone to get stopped out. You're going to take way more trades than any other trader. And then some traders will say, oh, you take more L's than other traders. That's fine, but they got to understand the context what you're trading here. I could swing trade with you guys all week. I could take a 4-hour swing trade and hold it for 4 days, maybe not realize a loss all week, and not scalp with you guys. And you're going to say, oh, wow, he's a good trader. He hasn't taken a loss all week. We can do that. But when you get more right into the, of course, you're going to have more wins, you're going to have more losses, you're going to have more break-evens. If you sit and get judged by that and you judge yourself, you're being too hard on yourself. Then maybe don't focus on 1-minute candles because it's ruining your psychology as a trader. I don't necessarily look at wins, losses, break-evens. I look at the growth of my count over time. Look at that, okay? So it came up, and then they smacked it back down. Do we have any closing volume below here? This is the first 1 minute of 10 a.m. It's crazy. Still consolidating in here. But it's made lower highs, lower lows. Just the volume needs to continue to follow it. I really want to continue to trade here with you guys, but I think it's too much. I think scalping is too fast in these markets right now, especially scalp 1-minute candles. I know you guys were saying you were having slippage issues with the 5 minutes. So 1 minute is just going to be compound the matters, even make it harder. But you see like that red line, where do we get that red line from? 5 minutes. Okay, remember that 5 minute right there? So that's how I like to trade 1 minute. 5 minutes is a higher time frame. How it came right in there. Those were your 1-minute candles that just came right back down. Tag that 5-minute support. Those 5-minute supporting buyers are there, bringing it back up. Here's going to be the close in 10 seconds. Okay, how will it close? Where will it close? Will we get a continued advancement to the upside? Man, I just want to sit and scalp with you guys here, but you're going to say this guy's crazy. He's taking too many trades. Man, I like these setups. I just got to go maybe trade on my own for a little bit because I know that this volatility and volume is a little excessive for some of you guys. Especially, I understand your brokers are not the greatest, so I don't want to put you guys through this. Just go to the 5 minutes, go to your 15 minutes, and continue to watch. 1 minute takes practice, but also it's great for learning. It's great for learning, okay? This helps you understand, oh, I found a gap in a candle. That's got to be something. I found a supply zone and then I see lower highs. That's telling me sellers are pushing it down. I see a lot of impulse moves with no volume closing below. I'm learning something there, okay? So all of these things. There's a big FU candle on the 1 minute. See how bullish it came? And then they just slammed it down? That's an FU candle on a 1 minute, just like we saw on those. So right now, quickly, guys, like they FU'd it, brought it right down there, green to red. Now that zone is inverted. Remember that was a bullish fair value zone. Now it could be inverted bearish, but you see how it's coming right back up bullish? It's too choppy right now. Normally it should came up, got a retest there, got a wick and push back down. Maybe it's got to come back higher and it's still lower highs. Maybe they'll push this all the way back down. However, if it's buyers bringing right back up, you show how strong they are, this could advance right back up, right through here. If you're watching on 5 minutes, it's consolidating. 5 minute candles are not doing anything special either. Came up, back down, came up, back down, coming right back up. 5 minute candles are even annoying as well. Okay, but you get a little bit more context watching the 5 minute candles. It is obviously a higher time frame from the 1 minute. 5 1 minute candles makes one of these 5 minute bars. But if you want to physically watch individual 1 minute candles, so you see the buyers ignited, came right back up, closed above. This is where it's very erratic now. It's bearish, bullish, bearish. This is barcoding. This is my opinion where I think the market is going to push down. You got the 5 minute volume coming back down there. Could break down to that white line. If you're watching it on the 1 minute, maybe we got to watch for more 1 minute volume, bearish volume closing below this block or below this red line. Now it's coming down, okay? You can see there's a little bit of a trend from that second top on the 1 minute coming down like this. Okay, so it's descending slowly. It's like an airplane coming down in motion. Slowly, slowly coming down. Here's the close in 15 seconds. Man, it is a big tug of war here. Yep. Again, look at how the volume is concentrated at that little zone that was not transacted. Now it's been transacted. So this is, again, closed above that. So even if you just advance red to green, you can still see it's holding a little bit of support in here. See how it came up? Again, rejected. Like these are those kind of, intuitional trades I like to take. Sometimes you feel it out, you see the rejections, everything. Then you got to go with the flow. And then you might be part of that impulse candle breaking down. However, if you can be patient enough to wait 30 more seconds, you might get a little bit more context. You got to keep telling yourself that. If you're not ready, see how many sellers it's faking. There's a lot of 1 minute sellers selling, and then it goes back up. And then also when the buyers buy on impulse, it brings it back down. So the 1 minutes are technically accumulating as well. Are they going to continue to drop down? Okay, you got to go through the motions. Where's this bar closing in 9 seconds? Will it close back below green to red? Close near the low? Are you like kind of looking at all of these things right there, right near the low? Will it flip back up blue, trade into the point of control, or is it ready to just go down now? Sellers have accumulated, now it's ready to redistribute. There was the break of the low where they pushed it down, now came back up. Now sellers could continue to advance it down with added volume. They're offering, and you got to be quick on these. That could be where they redistribute this to point to that point of interest on those 1 minutes, 4,066, maybe to trade into those wicks down in there and ultimately get down to that daily point of interest. If you're watching the 5 minute candles, the 5 minute candle is breaking down in itself. Okay, so I would have loved to take in this, but I think it's trading too much today. But that's a great sell side setup. If you want to wait, let's wait for this bar to close. Let's officially let this bar close. We'll cut it in half. We got 3 seconds. There's the close. Where's 50% of it? Right there. Does it have a short wick? Yes. Did it just come up, shallow pullback, and maybe continue? Now there's those equal lows on the 1 minutes. If you're learning all about kind of equal lows, those are kind of identical lows right there. Came back up for the retest, and there it is. Retest, 50%. I didn't do the above or below, a little bit above below the control, and there it is. Continuing, shooting star, taking out that, concentrating on this daily point of interest, and then you got your 200 EMA down in here. If you're following the 1 minute 200 EMA, will it get down there? But I'm more concerned about these bodies of volume. There's a lot of resistance here that turned to support right over here. But now you could be flagging now. When you figure out where volume could flag, could be inside here. Buyers are bringing that rate back up, okay? This is too fast, guys. Too fast, too volatile. Not the greatest. But for learning, you can learn a lot, okay? Otherwise, stick with your higher time frames. Okay, guys, I'm going to get off this call. Dave will be coming in soon. And again, notice our scheduling. Okay, we're all over the different times with our sessions. Today was Wednesday. We did some New York. We got a post New York, and then tomorrow again, guys, we're gonna have another Tokyo session. So gold is on focus. Well, if we have some time, we'll also do USD JPY. We'll keep it concentrated towards Tokyo securities and currencies, and then Friday will be a live London session. Okay, and if you want to join the team, you're welcome to join the team. There are some promos, some giveaways. Also, guys, we got that crash course coming up. If you guys want to join, everything is detailed in this free Telegram for you guys. Okay, and also blogs, lots of blogs available on the website. Go to the more blog section, and there are some blogs. Read about that trading session, the Tokyo session, if you haven't, and so you're prepared for when we come back tomorrow night in here. Okay, and guys, thank you everyone for liking and the subscribes. We really do appreciate it, and just trade with proper risk management. That's all I can say. The markets are not normal. This is not normal the way how they're trading. They're excessively very volatile, especially gold. Okay, especially gold. But securities like NASDAQ and US30, they can move very volatile. When I see a daily candle trading like this, especially NASDAQ, there's too much indecision. We had the Netflix earnings, Tesla's earnings. The market maybe is accumulating for all of this. not the greatest to be trading. Gold is good, great volume, but you know, if you're on the wrong end, it could do some damage to your account. As long as you guys are trading with proper risk management. I don't know why this is so complicated for traders to understand. Unless your mission and your goal is to just completely go buy accounts, prop firm accounts, and just go all in. That's the strategy some traders do. But eventually, if you ever do go to trade your own money, your live money, and you learn that mindset, you're going to do the same with your live money. Maybe that's what separates a lot of traders. The more disciplined traders are trading with their own money, their own paychecks they go to work for, and they're just going to risk it in the market and go all in. I don't think so. They're a little bit more conservative with their money because they got to work for that money. That's their capital. Prop firms are nice. They're great, but you got to still trade those things properly. You have to. Otherwise, you know, if your strategy, I know some traders because I've had one-on-ones with them. They say, Ron, I buy a prop firm account. I go all in. If I lose it in 5, 10, 15 minutes, I already have it set up to buy another one. And then same thing. And then they have it set up to buy another one. I'm like, if that's what you want to do, fantastic. That's not what I do. I'm sorry. Capital is very important to me, especially my own money. I can't go and just gamble it no more. I used to do that, and I can tell you, I didn't go anywhere in trading. Just dug myself deeper in holes. But it's up to you guys. Whether you want to learn trading as a business or gambling, that's up to you. And I know what retail traders struggle with. It's that. Hitting daily goals, stop trading. If you hit your daily loss for the day, stop trading. If you lose a couple trades in a row, don't get rattled, don't revenge trade. Go for a walk, go for a break, come back at a later time. If you see the volume is not cooperating with your analysis or your bias, that doesn't mean just continue trading, just step back and watch what's going on. Believe me, that little break is so helpful and can change everything, everything. It could be night and day for a lot of you guys. But remember also, the market is open tomorrow. It's going to be open the next day. It's going to be open next week and next month. If you got to take a couple days off to recuperate, to get your mind back, take the time off. Don't go rush right into a trade right away because you might be trading on emotions. And that's not the greatest, okay? You want to be very focused when you're trading. I understand. I take losses with you too, and I know how it is. But I also take breaks as well. I also know when to walk away. So it's very important. I hope you guys are honestly learning this, okay? And we'll see you guys for Tokyo tomorrow and also with Dave post. Okay, guys? Have a good day, everyone, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Remember, it's midweek Wednesday. A lot of funny things happen midweek Wednesdays. Just be careful. And don't forget, Tesla has earnings in the after hours, okay? That could really, really move the markets, either bullish or bearish, depending on what their earnings are. And you're welcome to listen to the Tesla conference, the conference call. Elon Musk will be on it. Other bigwigs at Tesla will be on it. You can listen. You can find the link and listen in. I'm sure there's a lot of YouTube streamers streaming it, and you can listen in with them. And just listen to what Elon Musk is saying. Forward guidance. What does he have planned in the future? I remember a couple conference calls back, he was very negative. He was very negative on his company and outlook on the markets. And that's where it dumped. And we had that little bit of a sell-off in the markets. So maybe he's going to have a forward forecast and be very positive. And maybe that might dictate the way how the markets move. So whether you got time or not, have a look at it, okay? And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you guys so much. Have a great day today. Lots of volume in gold. These are big candles. You gotta now, average true range is about 50 to 100 pips now, 5-minute candles in gold. So you gotta take into effect your risk management while trading it.
Hey guys, good morning, welcome to the live session of Stock Sniper Trading. My name is Dave, guys, my partner is Ron. Let's get down to business here, guys.
In on US30, sell. Okay, I'm jumping in. Guys, that's a 100 pip drop. Yes, we caught it. Hey, guys, 200 pips, please secure.